I'm going to call this meeting to order, but I do have a few statements to make for those who are watching us today. And I'm going to start off with my address. Good afternoon, residents and businesses of Grey Highlands. So happy to know that many of you are joining us today digitally as we hold our regular scheduled council meeting in a slightly different way during these unprecedented times. As communities around the world deal with the effects of COVID-19, I want to reassure you that as your municipal leaders, we are committed to providing you with the essential information and ensuring the continuance of critical services throughout the municipality, including water, sewer, garbage collection, and emergency services and management. While today's meeting is being held in a slightly different format, I hope it reaffirms our commitment to ensuring the continuance of operations and serving you as our residents. The situation with COVID-19 is uncertain. Things seem to be changing daily, if not hourly. But what continues to remain critical and more important now than ever is this. Each and every one of you, or each and every one of us, has the responsibility to self-isolate and maintain physical distancing. The future of our community, our family, and our friends rely on it. Heed the advice of our public health agencies. Wash your hands and then wash your hands again. Stay home. Stay connected, if even only virtually. I also want to ask each of you to help us keep our community strong. Call a neighbor, check in on your family and friends, and be sure to thank our community members who are working during these trying times to provide the necessities of life for all of us. Council and staff continue to work on your behalf. If you need to reach us, please call or email us, and we'll respond to your inquiry as soon as possible. Also, be sure to follow us on social media and check in regularly to greyhighlands.ca website for update COVID-19 information. Grey Highlands is one of the strongest and most resilient communities I know. I feel honored to live in this wonderful place. I call on you to do your part. Self-isolate, practice physical distancing, and be there for one another. Together, we will get through this. And now let's get on with the business of today. So, Madam Clerk, are you able to do the roll call for the members of council who are present today during this electronic meeting?
Certainly, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So present in this virtual meeting, we have Mayor McQueen.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Desai, Councillor Allen, Councillor Allwood, Councillor Little, Councillor Nielsen, and Councillor Valakat. We have all members present. Quorum has been obtained. We may continue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, our agenda has been posted on our website for those who wish to follow along. I will also say before we start, if I plan to take breaks when needed. So as needed, if one of you there needs to take a break, let me know and we'll do that along with myself. Sometimes we need to get up and stretch our legs. Okay, so moving on, we have an agenda that's in front of us. Would somebody like to move that agenda? Councillor Desai, Councillor Little, sorry, Deputy Mayor Desai, Councillor Little. Are there any additions to or deletions to the agenda? Councillor Allen.
I was going to bring up and ask for a discussion and decision on the tax payment due dates, penalties, and interest. But I see in the paper that has been announced, but I still wonder if that needs to be discussed and voted on by council.
Okay, I'm going to let the Madam Clerk answer that first. And Madam Clerk?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Allen, there is an actual item on the agenda called COVID-19 discussions, where members of SMT are going to bring up certain things, and that I believe is one of the things that was going to be brought up.
Okay. And certainly that was a placeholder that we had asked to have on there just for the particular reasons of the event that we're in right now. So, okay, is there anything else with regards to changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of that? And that was passed unanimously. Okay, moving on to, now we have an approved agenda. Do we have a declaration of the community interest with the council members on the agenda that was approved? Councillor Allen?
I will be declaring a pecuniary interest on items 6.5 and 7.2 as I acted as the agent for those, for the file. And full disclosure, if this goes through, that my daughter will be buying the pieces of property involved in the planning application.
Okay, thank you for that. I presume that you'll fill out the proper paperwork, however that be, and forward it to the clerk.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other declaration of pecuniary interest? Okay, one does arise, you can declare at that time also. We have the minutes of March 4th, 2020. Would somebody like to move those minutes? Councillor Allwood, Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion on those minutes? I guess the only thing I have, and I guess it's sort of a timing thing, and I don't want to belabor it, but it was item 8.2 where we had a delegation. And I think Councillor Allen, you raised it was with regards to the expansion of haulage from a particular quarry. And I think you asked the question about timing with regards to that. I know the recommendation that came back from that there will be a report coming from staff, and I'm only raising it because I know you raised it during that council meeting about the issue around how soon would the turnaround be if there's comments needed to be. And that was with regards, I think, at Beaver River Stone, I think it was. And they had asked if they could double their licensing. And I know you had asked the question, Councillor Allen, about the timing and coming up to that seasonal time. And I don't know if you have any comments there. The takeaway from that was that there was a report to come back. And I just wanted to raise that part. Okay. Seeing there's no other discussion, all in favor of that? That is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to the items for consideration. Starting off with item 5.1. I'm not going to read the motion because it's there in front of everyone, but would somebody like to move that recommendation? Councillor Valaket, Councillor Little. And just for those following along, this is with regards to the flag flying policy. Discussion. Councillor Allen.
Will there be any report to council, perhaps through the consent agenda, about requests that were made, I guess, regardless of whether they're approved or not?
Maybe I'll go to the Madam Clerk or maybe the Madam CAO for clarity on that. Who would like to go? Madam Clerk or Madam CEO? Madam CEO, I see you popped up first. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. If council would like to see a report back, we could certainly honor that for sure.
Councillor Allen, does that satisfy your question?
Well, I guess it depends what the rest of council thinks. I just thought that this was a decision of council previously, and now it's been given to staff to make the decision. And I just like to see the report.
Okay, I'll go to a couple other people. So first I have Deputy Mayor Desai and then Councillor Valaket. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question through you is to Councillor Allen. Is the intent or is his intent of the question, I guess, that we receive a report for every request that is either granted or denied, or is it that we get a periodic report saying from for this year or this period of time, we have approved these requests and denied these requests.
So your question is, how frequently would you like the reports back? Okay, I'm gonna go back to council or the Madam CAO, Madam Clerk, and then I'll go to Councillor Allen.
Through your worship, the actual policy that was under debate does actually have a section in there. Council shall be informed of all requests and approvals for flag flying through the council consent agenda. So as the requests are coming in, there will be a memo or something included on the consent agenda related to the requests and subsequent approvals that may have occurred.
So does that suffice you, Councillor Allen, with regards to what was, okay, repeat it. Okay, anything else, Councillor Deputy Mayor, or sorry, Deputy Mayor? Okay, Councillor Valaket.
Hi, yes, I was just gonna, through you, the chair, point out exactly what our Madam Clerk did. And also just wondering if it could be in summary part of the annual yearly report that we received through the CAO. But that's just a suggestion.
Okay, I think as the Madam Clerk did say, there is provision in the policy that does speak to it. Is there any other questions to that follows up with Councillor Valaket? Point of not having that as regular maybe, or just leave it the way it is? Okay. Any other questions with regards to this motion that's on the floor? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of this motion? Okay, that was supported unanimously. Thank you. So moving on then to item 5.2, building services contract support. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Through your worship, item 5.1 had 3 separate recommendations in there. The first one was to be the minutes be approved. The second one is to amend to remove sections 2 and 3. And then the third one is removing sections C1 and C3. So
Okay.
I was just unclear if you were doing them all in one motion or.
I realized that once I turned my agenda to the next page here, as you pointed out, there were other sections. So that was section C2 to be amended by adding C, and then 2.8 explanation of how the request aligns with the municipal strategic priorities. Is that what you're referring to?
No, what I'm saying is that resolution that was just passed was only the first one to approve the committee of the whole minutes from March 4th, 2020 as presented. So then the next resolution is that needs a mover and seconder and to be voted on is that council direct the staff to amend the scope of the, so there it's 3 separate recommendations on the agenda.
Okay, so we just did the minutes first. I apologize for that. Okay. And then the next one. Okay, so then the next item, if council follows along, so I'm taking Councillor Little and Deputy Mayor, you're wishing to move the second part? Or you wish to speak? Councillor Little?
Your worship, I was under the understanding that we were passing all 3 sections here. So if the rest of council is in agreement, we can dispense with this.
So I guess that's my question. Was it the understanding of everybody in council that we were approving all 3 parts? Deputy Mayor?
That was my understanding, and that was the question I was going to ask through you to the mover and the seconder, whether it was their intent that they were moving and seconding the entire motion as presented.
And that was Valaket and Little? Councillor Valaket?
Yeah, so yes, my intent was moving all of them. Sorry, I probably should have done that there.
So what I can do is I can just reiterate that vote just to make sure everybody is on the same page. So the motion was then Councillor Valaket and Councillor Little did support the full resolution with 3 parts. I'm going to say again, all in favor of all those 3 parts as part of the resolution. Is everybody all in favor of that? Okay, so that just verified that then that it's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you, and thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for pointing that out. Moving on to item 5.2, service contract support. The resolution's there. Would somebody like to move this? Council Deputy Mayor, seconder. Councillor Little. Okay. It's pretty self-explanatory. Explains quite clearly through the report. Any discussion with regards to the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Allen?
Yeah, I think this is a great short-term solution. I wouldn't want to see it as a permanent thing, that that we replace building officials with an actual human being in the future if it's long-term.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this resolution? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Again, that was carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 5.3, online payment solution. The resolution there is on your agenda. Would somebody like to move that resolution? Councillor Alwood, Deputy Mayor. Discussion. Is there any discussion with regards to that resolution? And this is with regards to online payment solutions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We know that the town of Innisfil has really gotten onto the modernization train, and they accept Bitcoin and other, at least Bitcoin. I don't know if they accept other e-currencies. My question for you, Your Worship, to staff is: are we setting up to accept e-currency as well, or as the report at this time, simply for card processing online?
Okay, I don't have it right in front of me who had the report. I guess I'll go to maybe Madam CEO to start with. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report actually came from Amanda in the clerk's department, so I'm not sure if the clerk would like to speak to it. Also, perhaps the treasurer would like to speak to it as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam Clerk, and then I'll go to Treasury. Madam Clerk.
Through your worship, at the present time, we were only directed to research online payments for the Volta and booking software that we currently have. There was no discussion about going to any type of e-currencies.
Okay, and I don't know if Madam Treasurer, would you like to speak at all? Anna, go ahead.
I have nothing to add to that.
Okay. So going back to Deputy Mayor, you raised this. Do you have a further comment?
No further comments or questions, Your Worship.
What's a Bitcoin?
It's an electronic currency. I don't know how to explain it very well. All I know is that it's an electronic currency that exists in the cloud, I guess, somewhere.
So it's something you can't touch, right?
I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so are there any other questions with regards to online payment solutions? Okay, and that was moved by Deputy Mayor and Councillor Little. All in favor? That is carried again unanimously. Sorry, I was wrong. It was Alwood and Deputy Mayor moved that one, sorry. Okay, moving on then to item 5.4. This is with regards to the Grey Highlands Chamber of Commerce MOU. Would somebody care to move the recommendation? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Little. Discussion. Any questions? Councillor Allen.
On page 5 of the report,
Just give everybody just hang on, Councillor, just give everybody a chance to pull it.
It says to provide an annual written report to the municipality, including the following information. I would like to add a report on the visitor information booth stats. I'm just wondering how long we need a visitor information booth with all the technology that we have today. So it would be good to just see how many visitors are actually going into the office asking for directions or asking for information on events or places to visit in Grey Highlands.
Okay, do you wish to have that question directed to our economic development individual for response first, or who would you like to?
Yes, I think it was economic development that wrote up this. I also wonder if when, I think we ran into this during maybe our mock meeting, that do we make the motion and then have to make an amendment, or do we have a bit of discussion prior to?
Right. That's certainly, I know at the county, they suggest to try to get it on the floor, and then if there's changes, but I can hold back a little bit. I can just have some discussion if you like. Certainly, but right now we do have it on the floor. I'll go to our economic development officer. Michelle, are you out there?
I am indeed.
Nice. Welcome.
Thank you. We actually had the Chamber of Commerce this past year report on visitors, and I would highly recommend that we include the visitor stats in the report, and I can amend accordingly should it be council's wish.
Okay, Councillor Allen, is that okay? And I would suggest probably too, with regards to their website, I know whether they're able to provide it. I know sometimes you can get stats on how many people hit your website every day, every week, every month too. Maybe that could be part of the report also.
And that, thank you, Your Worship. That is included right now in the current deliverables and would be recommended in this upcoming one as well.
Okay, very good. Okay, so any thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Michelle. Is there any other questions then with regards to this MOU? Okay, I see none. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 5.5. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk. Madam
I'm
Clerk?
sorry. So there was an amendment by Councillor Allen that the visitor stats report be added to the annual reporting, but I didn't see a seconder for that.
Was that an amendment? Sorry, I apologize. Was that an amendment, Councillor Allen? Or were you asking clarity?
If it needs to be an amendment, then yes. If it can just be, I guess it has to be amended, or else, because we're approving this as written, so.
So we've already passed that motion. So can we add a separate motion then? Would that be included then? So are you moving at a separate motion then, Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Okay, and Councillor Nielsen, you're seconding that? Okay, and that would be to add the part about the stats with regards to the visitors. Councillor Alwood.
In the current document there, I think it's on page 4 of 23. It says there's an item there that says provide visitor information services on weekends and statutory holidays. So we're just looking to report back on that, or that is something the chamber does do as liaison? I'm aware of that.
Councillor, sorry, who would like to clarify? I guess maybe back to Michelle for clarity, maybe, or.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Last year, we had that as a specific reporting requirement at year end, that in their annual report, they reply back on those statistics. And while they were recommending they provide services this year, I do recommend that they be asked to report on those numbers as well. So we can add it into the deliverables quite easily, should it be council's wish.
Well, I think that's part of what the motion we have on the floor right now, that will give that direction.
Yep.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Alwood. Is any further conversation on that part?
So the motion, or the amendment rather, would add on page 5 to provide an annual written report. We'd add that visitor information. Is that the intent?
Yeah, actually, this is a separate motion, but yeah, that's the intent.
Okay. I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
Any further discussion on this separate motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? So we had one opposed, it was carried. Okay. Just keeping track here.
Your worship,
Yes,
just a point of clarity. I was a little late raising my finger, but I wasn't opposed.
well, you weren't.
No, sorry. I
Okay.
was a little late raising my finger, but I was out of screen and I had to pull it back. I do
Okay,
apologize.
so then thanks for the clarity. I'll say it was unanimous, and I prefer you to raise your hand, not your finger. Okay. All right. Moving forward to item 5.5. Again, this is with regards to community flagpoles. There's a lengthy resolution there. Would you like to have discussion before somebody would like to have to move that? Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For this item, there was discussion during the committee of the whole that we contact the county because of the leased lands. It is recommended in here that we purchase the 3 flagpoles, as the county said they were fine with them being there. I don't know, are we able to separate, Madam Clerk, the recommendations for the different poles? I don't know if I'd support purchasing the 3 flagpoles, but definitely support purchasing the 1.
Okay, so just for clarity, you're suggesting that you would possibly like to separate it, that you would support the community flagpole, but not necessarily 3 flagpoles at the entrance to the office.
Yes, that's kind of where I was leaning.
Okay, I'm going to go back for some clarity to the Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk?
Yes, parliamentary procedures do allow for any member of council to separate the resolution.
So you're making that request, Councillor Nielsen?
I would make a motion move that we purchase a community flagpole to be located at the South Grade Museum in Flusherton. That would be the motion I would make.
All right.
Point of procedure, Your Worship. If Councillor Nielsen is looking to break up the motion, wouldn't he have to make a motion to break the presented motion into separate parts rather than moving a particular piece of that motion?
I think he did make the request already, but I'm going to clarify that for Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk?
Through your worship. So council has decided to not go by parliamentary procedures by allowing discussion on this topic before putting a motion on the table, which means that this is all just kind of a little bit messed up already. Basically speaking is that this full motion would have been on the table. Then a member can say, I want to separate the clauses. Then
Okay.
you'd go through each section individually. Because you've had discussion on it, and at the present time, any member can put something on the table because there's really nothing on the table that's being discussed.
Okay, so just for clarity, moving forward, just before Councillor Elwood, moving forward, I will then, when I come to the item on the agenda, I will ask, is there a motion with regards to this item? And then I'll leave it at that. And if there isn't, it is a point on the agenda, but I'll try to make my clerk happy. So going back to then, so there was a movement of making a motion per part of that. So I guess my question to you, Madam Clerk, is if an individual moves a motion and puts a motion on the floor in the absence of any other motion, is that allowed?
Through your worship, yes, there's nothing on the floor. So Councillor Nielsen's making a motion, which means it doesn't have to relate to that separation. He's just moving a motion.
So okay, that goes back to Deputy Mayor Desai. So Councillor Nielsen, are you moving a motion?
I would like to move a motion that we approve putting a flagpole at the South Grade Museum.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Little, you're seconding that? Or are you looking for clarity?
Nope. Councillor Little, we can't hear you.
There
Yeah,
you go.
I have a question before moving forward with seconding this to the mover. if I may.
Sure.
So,
We can only talk about point of clarity, I think, Madam Clerk, if it's procedurally, there's a motion on the floor, we're looking for a seconder. Am I correct to say that, Madam Clerk? Procedurally?
Through your worship, that's correct. A motion needs to be moved and seconded before debated.
So is your, Councillor Little, is your question about procedure?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, and you wish to speak to it then, Councillor Little?
I do. I want to ask the mover if, is it your understanding that there is a flagpole already at the South Grey Museum and you're moving that there be an additional flagpole? The first for the Canadian flag and the second for, as a community flagpole? Is that?
Yeah.
Councillor Nielsen?
For clarity, my understanding from the report that that's the case. There would be a secondary pole, that'd be a community flag pole at the South Grey Museum, that when not hanging a flag for a community purpose would hang the municipal flag. I'm just moving that personally, that we don't need to have 3 new flagpoles posted at the actual municipal offices in Markdale, that the South Grey Museum can act as our community flagpole location.
Does that add clarity, Councillor Little?
I did at first. I don't think, I support what you're saying, but I don't think it's exclusionary. I think that if council supports this first, this motion, that we could go on and have some conversation about what's happening at the municipal office.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, Councillor Alwood?
I was prepared to move the original motion, and then maybe Councillor Little, Councillor Nielsen could have separated them so that we could have a discussion, but seems we're past that point now. So, but if that's your preferred route, then we could split the 2 items and have a discussion about them if Councillor Nielsen feels so inclined.
So just for clarity, we do have a motion on the floor, and that is for the first part, and that's been moved in second with regards to the installation of 1 community flagpole at the museum site. Okay, just for clarity. Any other discussion on this motion?
For a point of clarity, Your Worship.
Good point.
So we will go back and discuss the other municipal offices options.
It's certainly, if somebody wishes to put a second motion after this one is dealt with, that is quite okay.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? I thought I saw a hand on here. Okay, no other discussion. Everybody understands the motion? Okay, all in favor? That's been carried unanimously. Okay. Are there any other motions with regards to this item on the agenda? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move that council approve the installation of 1 30-foot flagpole at the municipal office, 206 Toronto Street South, to act as a community flagpole.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Little? Okay. So I think just for clarity in the report, I think the idea of having 3 was to also reflect on the federal, provincial flags along with our flag. I think just for clarity there, just so everybody remembers that conversation also. So we have a motion on the floor that for 1 flagpole as to the use would be for a community flagpole. Discussion on, okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do want to provide clarity that this community flagpole is in addition to the current flagpole we have already. The current flagpole or the new flagpole, either one, could be used as the flagpole that flies the Canadian flag. And then, and someone feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but as per our flag policy, when there's no community flag being flown, it will fly the municipal flag on it. And I would assume that would apply to this as well.
Okay, I guess I could add clarity. I guess my question is through flag etiquette, if you're having a second flag flying other than the Canadian flag, do you need, and I'm saying no, so I guess that's quite fine. Okay, as everybody understands here. Okay, further discussion. Councillor Elwood? Oh, you haven't.
I thought I did that. So, I apologize. The concern is the cost of the flagpoles, or we just don't want to fly our provincial and Canadian flags?
So I guess maybe I could go back to the mover of the motion if you wish to. If you wish to answer that, that's totally up to yourself, Deputy Mayor.
I mean, realistically, it's not entirely the cost of it. I just look at it as if you don't need 3 flagpoles, we don't buy 3 flagpoles. And at this time, it's not. I'm not against flying the provincial flag. I'm really not. It's just we don't need 3 flagpoles, so why buy 3 flagpoles?
And maybe for clarity, I think maybe Michelle can help me out here. At the front of this property of Grey Gables, are there 2 separate like flagpoles flying the provincial and the county flag? I can't remember. I think there was something that was sent around. Michelle, are you able to clarify that?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through you to council. The recommendation for the 3 was based on discussion at the last committee of the whole that potentially if the county would fund and allow us to put 3, it would be nice to be able to have 3 for the national, provincial, and municipal flags on one side and a community flagpole on the other, which is what these options provided. But county has advised that the cost would be up to us, though they will allow permission. So I will take direction from council on how many flagpoles we like.
So just before you leave, Michelle,
Yep.
was it not in the front on Toronto Street? Is there not in front of Grey Gables also separate flags flying there? Maybe Karen can answer that. I don't know. Karen?
As my recollection, sorry, I didn't put that in my report because it wasn't ours. I believe there is a Canadian flag. I'm not 100% sure if there's a provincial flag, and I can check that.
Okay, Karen?
Thank you,
MCO.
Your Worship. Through you. There are 2 flags flying outside of Grey Gables at this point in time. I believe it's the Grey County flag and the provincial flag.
Hang on, I'll be right back. No. Just kidding. Okay. Any other discussion with regards to the motion on the floor that has moved by Deputy Mayor and second by Councillor Little with regards to 1 flagpole for our community flag? Any further discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay. Moving on now to item 5.6. And how are we doing for time here? Oh, we're flying along here. Okay, item 5.6. This is with regards to the AMO downtown revitalization, downtown Markdale. There's a report there from Economic Development. And I think it's Nathan, I think, was on the report if I remember reading it. And what's your wish, Council? Councillor Little?
I'll move it, Your Worship.
All right, moved by Councillor Little. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Alwood? All right, motion's on the floor. Discussion. Is there any discussion there? I know there's a bit of a timing issue with this one in the sense of moving forward. Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for our community development person. I'm just wanting to understand the real need for the heaters. I mean, I know that they're a nice feature, but what's the logic behind the purchasing of the 4 patio heaters?
Okay, Michelle?
Through Mayor McQueen to Councillor Nielsen, the more events we are having in Markdale, we thought we've seen more evening events, more off-season events. We thought it was a good opportunity to, as we start to revitalize that community, to have them. The original motion to utilize these funds for downtown Markdale is our primary focus, but these heaters would also be portable and could be used for multiple community events across Grey Highlands.
Okay, and I take it, Michelle, that the heating systems to that is portable also.
Absolutely.
Okay, any further discussion there, Councilor Nielsen, with regards to that? Okay, Councilor Little?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question for Michelle, and it really doesn't impact the decision, but I wondered what material are the furnishings made from?
They are a galvanized metal is my understanding. So we did a lot of comparisons. So they are weatherproof and have long shelf lives on them. Right now they're all black and fairly neutral so that we can accessorize with our plantings and flowerings.
So they're not galvanized church pews?
No, they are not galvanized church pews. Though some of our staff members may have recommended that. That is not our recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Allen?
Just not a question, a comment. This morning's meeting, I had my backdrop was the welcome to Flesherton sign. So I'm fully in support of this, but I'm looking forward to seeing Flesherton beautified.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McQueen, to Councillor Allen. We, in fact, as you know, have money allocated in this budget, this 2020 budget for beautification in all our villages and hamlets. And we are actually pursuing a red grant to give us additional funding towards that. So that is definitely, everybody will have a share of this revitalization.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Allen. And I think you mentioned that some of the heaters can be portable. So certainly if there is an event somewhere else in the municipality, they can be possibly used in other areas, I presume. Any other questions? The only question I have to you, Michelle, with council's privilege, in the sense that are we going to have requests from people wanting to rent them? I know sometimes we get requests for tables and chairs and different things for the municipality, or things get used for other user groups. I only ask that question because you may be asked.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. In response to that, I would suggest that any requests for any municipal resources, be human or physical, would go through our community grant application process. So it would give us a good opportunity to track them and actually understand if there's a high demand on these. It might be something we wanted to consider perhaps adding more of later, but it would all go through the community grant program.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Okay, again, this motion was moved by Councilor Little, second by Councilor Allwood. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That was carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 5.7, year-end financial report. There's a report here that has been brought forward, I think, from a few meetings back with regards to the year-end surpluses and however and where they are going. What's your wish as council? Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor?
I'll move the motion as presented, Your Worship.
Okay, Councilor Allwood, you're seconding that?
I'm seconding that.
Yeah, okay. All right. The motion is on the floor. Any questions to our treasurer? Excuse me. No questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Again, that was carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 5.8. This is with regards to some recommendations that came out of the MHAC meeting. Councilor Little, are you moving the suggested motion? Okay, Councilor Little. Do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder? Councilor Valiquette. Okay, and just as a clarity, I think this sort of came up, we received minutes, I think at our last meeting, and now this is brought through as an action item. Councilor Little.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I attended that meeting, and our director of, or our chair of Heritage Grey Highlands and perhaps the clerk's department determined that although council had was aware and had approved of these listings, there was no formal process to do that. So this is really a housekeeping matter.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity. Councillor Nielsen?
Sorry, just a quick question, Mr. Mayor. The municipal register listings do not pose any restrictions on the property. It's just like Councilor Little said, a housekeeping thing where we are recognizing that we have assets in our community, but they don't pose any restrictions to the property owner.
Maybe Councillor, maybe would the Madam Clerk wish to answer that first? Okay, and then I'll go to Councillor Little. Madam Clerk.
Through your worship to Councillor Nielsen. So there's a little bit of a difference between our municipal register, our listed properties and our designated properties. Our designated properties do have some restrictions on them. Our registered properties just basically is like you said, it lets us know that we have this heritage building. But the other thing that it really does is it it provides a little bit more time under, I think it's the Building Act. So if somebody applies for a demolition permit on one of those properties, it actually gives us a little more time to research and maybe determine whether or not council wants that to be a designated property that can't be demolished. But really, it lengthens that time for council to actually kind of look at it, but it doesn't affect anything related to their building or renovations, any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and just to clarify, if it was designated, then there are certain aspects of the property that needs to be preserved. Councillor Little, did you wish to follow up with that? I know you had, I thought you indicated. Okay, you're good. All right. Okay, thanks. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Any other discussion with regards to that? I know just probably those that aren't aware that our Heritage Committee started in 2005. So again, we've been working at this for a while. So I was on it. Okay, seeing no other discussion, all in favor of that? That's carried. All right. So moving on to item 5.10, the Beaver Valley Village Draft Plan Subdivision Approval of Extension Request. Councillor, no, you wish to speak to it first? What am I looking at?
Your worship, you skipped 5.9.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
The actual registered one.
Yes, I apologize. I guess I apologize. Councillor Little.
So I'll
Would you
move
like to? Okay, sorry. And a seconder? Councillor Valiquette? That's a good test to see if you guys aren't sleeping, eh? Councillor Little, do you wish to speak to it at all?
Thank you, Mayor McLean. Yes, this was discussed at the last MHAC meeting as well, and the property owners are very much in favor, which I think is a real advantage of the listing, that although the municipality can list without property owner approval, it's sort of been the custom of our Heritage Committee to do that. So these property owners are fully in support of listing this property.
Okay, and just before I let you go, Councillor Little, do you know offhand how many registered properties we have now in Grey Highlands?
Not offhand, Your Worship.
Okay.
You mean designated?
I mean designated, yes.
Yeah, it's on the website, but I'm not sure of the number.
Yeah, I know that there was one in Markdale here just a couple of years back, and then there was one down in the Pretty River Valley, and I think the in Flesherton, the real estate. There we are, 8. Thank you very much for that clarity. And you're right, it is on the website. Further discussion with anybody? Anybody wish to have further conversation here? All right, so that was moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Valiquette. All in favor of that? That is carried unanimously. All right, now 5.10, Beaver Valley Village Draft Plan of Subdivision. You saw the item on the agenda. Deputy Mayor?
I'll move as presented, Your Worship.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councilor Nielsen. Michael's on the line. If you have any questions, are there any questions or discussion on this item? Councillor Little?
Yeah, I just had a question through you, Your Worship, to the planner. has the scope of this full subdivision changed from the initial application that was approved, proposal that was approved back in 2012, I believe, for 45 homes or 45 lots. And so now it looks as if it's, what about 16, 9 plus 7? And so the description was saying that there was quite a significant amount of acreage that was still remaining outside of these 7 plus 9 lots. So has the scope of the overall, in your conversations with the proponent, has the overall size of this subdivision changed, you know, now that they've changed sort of the lot fabric and such? Has it been reduced?
So we got Michael on the line, Director of Planning. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Councillor Little's question. Yes, the scope of the overall plan of subdivision has been significantly reduced. Right now, it comprises 2 phases. Phase 1 is for 7 lots fronting onto Bulls Bluff Road. Phase 2 is an additional 9 lots on a yet to be constructed road that would have, yes, 9 lots located off and 1 block. The remaining lands that were part of the original plan of subdivision are still within the developer's ownership, but are not planned for development at this time.
Go ahead, Councillor Little. Do you have any further?
Just curious, and perhaps the planner doesn't know, but do you think the proposal is considering that land that is not being proposed to be developed at this time would be parkland or open space or recreational space, or do you have a sense of that?
Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Councillor Little. Right now, the development group has not provided any indication of what those additional lands would be used for. There's a number of environmental constraints that are on those additional lands. And given those constraints, even if it were to develop, large portions of that would have to be considered as environmental protection or open space.
Okay, for Councillor Little, do you have anything else? Okay. Further comments? There was something, Michael, with regards to so many could be developed. And I think we talked a bit about this. So many could be developed, but then they have to test the well system or the drilled wells, that it doesn't affect other people's water supply or water level. Do you have any comment there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in phase 1, which are the 7 lots fronting Bulls Bluff Road, all of those lots, in fact, all of the lots proposed in phase 1 and 2 will be on private services. So
That's right.
Individual septic systems and private wells. Given that, and given the location of this development in relation to the surrounding residential uses, the Ministry of Environment has placed conditions on the property wherein the first number of lots to be developed through phase 1 will have to have well monitoring programs put in place. There's already 2 test wells on the site now that are being monitored, but as this phase 1 moves forward, more wells will need to be monitored prior to moving forward to phase 2. And that's actually, quite frankly, the reason why we're looking at a 5-year extension for draft plan approval as opposed to a typical 3-year extension. These wells need to be monitored for 3 years prior to allowing further development to occur.
Thank you, Michael. I remember the public engagement sessions we had a lot of years back, and Councillor Little probably remembers those, and maybe others. That was a concern. That whole area, with regards to the closeness to the escarpment and escarpment face, the issue around water and well water and the volume of well water there. So I know that was certainly a concern. Is there any further discussion with regards to this resolution with regards to an extension? Okay, seeing none. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. Moving on to item 5.1, and then we'll take a break. Okay. So this is with regards to the Neil property discussion. I know that you wrote a fairly extensive report there, Michael. I don't know if you need any clarity, Deputy Mayor.
I'll move the motion as presented, and that the costs for the project be funded from the working capital reserves.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? No seconder? That Councilor Valiquette? And just going back, you're seconding that, right, Councilor Valiquette?
Yeah, I just wanted to state to put it on the floor.
Okay, and I guess just in the sense of clarity, Deputy Mayor, do you want clarity that that comes out of working capital versus somewhere else? Or is that, you need any clarity there or question to that from the treasurer?
So I'm open to an amendment on that. It's just since we're trying to get something on the floor, or well, I was trying to get something on the floor. I had to make it a full motion, and part of that motion is that I specify where that comes from. So I'm more than happy to have an amendment made to that.
We learned that from our Madam CAO when she was treasurer, right? Councillor Alwood?
I wonder if we could get a comment from our treasurer on recommended funding source.
Okay, I will do that. That's what I wanted to make. I wasn't sure if you wanted that, but I was going to try to tease that out. So, Madam Treasurer, do you have a comment with regards to what has been suggested through this motion of where those funds could come from?
I don't have an issue with it being funded from the working capital reserve. Alternatively, we could fund it from the planning operating budget. They have seen a surplus there in prior years, so it would just be taken from their surplus generally.
Okay. Is that okay, Deputy Mayor, for you putting that motion on the floor?
To amend to make it the planning operating budget or reserve, yeah, I'll put that.
Okay, so going back to Madam Clerk, do we need to, we call that a friendly amendment or that's okay? Okay, so Councilor Valiquette, are you all right with that as a friendly amendment? Okay, all right, so the motion's on the floor then as it's coming from the planning reserve. Who wants, saw some hands, Councilor Allen.
So a question for our planner. Page 6 of the report that shows the severances that have taken place. I guess I just want a little bit of an explanation here. The issue was that the B12 2010 should have been merged with the B14 2013, and it wasn't. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Allen, that is correct. That merger never took place.
So why can't we do it now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we certainly could. That is one of the, that was originally one of the requests of the Neils. Now they're looking at having both lots as conveyable lots.
Because I'm thinking that from the report, it was at first thought that it was the Neil's lawyer's fault, but now we're taking the blame, and it looks like it's going to cost us quite a bit of money. I think we could do a consent and join those two. There's already an entrance to the property, so it would just be a consent file and then I guess a rezoning. So I just wonder.
And I think there was,
doing that.
and just for clarity, I think there was also, we would have to resurvey it. We have to pay for the cost of surveying it too. I thought there was about $8,000 or $10,000 cost. Was there not, Michael? Of us doing it to put it back?
Yes, to you, Mr. Mayor, that is our our estimate right now, somewhere in the $8,000 to $10,000 range.
To put it, to resever it, like as Councillor Allen was saying, to go through the process and merge it back with B14 2013.
Mr. Mayor, if we were to merge those two lots again, I don't see the costs as being as significant, simply because we would not need to undertake a topographic survey because there's already a defined building lot on the B12 property. And then it's simply a merging of the two in title, and they become one lot again.
And I think the other thing was of concern from the person was they've been paying taxes on a lot. I think that's where a lot of that came from, is they've been paying taxes on a lot that is there but doesn't have access. And this is where it all came back. They tried to apply for access for a driveway, and the only determination of an access for the driveway was because it would have to go through that B12 2010. I think that's why you wrote the report, Michael, I think, to bring this forward. So the point would be is I think they raised the part about how many years they've been paying taxes on a lot that they can't use. Right. And then, so then there was question on, well, is the municipality going to refund all those taxes from the years that they've been paying on a lot that they've had as a lot? Maybe Madam CAO can add some clarity there. Madam CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So this has been going on for quite some time. The Neils had a concern that they were paying two separate lots, taxes on two separate lots, and potentially that they would be taxed higher because they were individual lots. In our discussions with MPAC, and we've had many on this property, MPAC said if the property had have merged, the taxes wouldn't have been any different because they would have been based on rural residential lands. So whether they were billed separately or billed on one tax bill, the taxes would be the same. It just would be proportionate.
Okay. So, Councillor Allen, did you want to follow up before I go to other questions? Some of the information there, Councillor Allen, and I'll go to others.
Well, then back to my original question, why don't we just merge them and be done with it?
So there's that process that has to go through as a consent. Do you want clarity on what that process is? Michael?
If the planner wants to outline the process and what the difference in costs would be, that would be good.
And I guess who would make that application? Michael?
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Allen. If the properties were to merge through title, municipalities have the authority, that's why we have a committee of adjustment, to undertake the division of land, and in this case, the remerger of land. So it would just be essentially a report coming back to council regarding the merger of the two properties. There would have to be some survey work completed to create that new parcel, what that would look like, and create a new deed for that parcel. So the costs would be significantly less than undertaking a separate topographic survey and what have you. Probably somewhere in the range of 3,000 to 4,000, I would think.
Do we need consent from the owners to do that?
Yes, we would, Mr. Mayor. It's their property.
Right, okay. Is that enough clarity, Councillor Allen, for now? Okay, so hang on, who was, I think Councillor Allwood, Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead, Councillor Allwood, and then Councillor Nielsen, and I think Councillor Little too, I think. Sorry, I'll try to get it. Okay, Councillor Allwood?
So it sort of tags onto your comment, Your Worship. Consent from the owners. Is it their wish to have this, or are they going to get upset about this and take further action? Would the planner have any insight into that?
So just before we go any further,
before
we go any further, I'm going to get a comment from our CAO, because this has been going on for even predates our CAO. So Madam CIO, I don't know if you have a comment there.
Thank you, Your Worship. So initially, the Neils approached the municipality to merge the properties. They were upset that they were getting two tax bills. So an investigation started into why they were getting two tax bills and why it wasn't automatically merged because it was owned by the same owner. That's how the discussion started with MPAC. And we've gone down a long road over the past, I want to say, well, since I've been at the municipality. And then at one point, the Neils realized there was an opportunity here to have two severances on the one lot. So that's why they're going down the road to sever or complete the severance for and get a easement for the driveway for that lot that never was conveyed.
Okay, going back to Councillor Allwood again, does that help?
Somewhat. I mean, I understand the history. I'm just wondering if we now merge these lots, is that, how is the owner going to react to that? We need their permission to do that, I assume.
So maybe I'll go back to our, Madam CEO, and then maybe our Director of Planning. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Allwood. So the request from the Neils to the municipality at this point in time is to continue on and completely sever that other lot and have the easement for the driveway. If that's not the wish of council, then we would have to go back to the Neils and say that council didn't support that option, but you have an option to go forward again to merge the two lots.
And I think just, Michael, do you have any comment there?
No, Mr. Mayor, I would agree with the approach that our CIO is suggesting. First step would certainly would be to get direction from council and then go back to the Neils with that direction.
Do you want to provide clarity in the sense that there's nothing stopping them making application for their own right of way? We were sort of doing this, however this came out, but there's nothing stopping them on their own accord to make application for a right of way.
And that's correct, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing at all stopping them from proceeding of their own accord in whichever way they wished.
So basically this report was suggesting that we would do it, but I think it has been suggested that if they want it, they need to do it, and they're not happy with that. They want us to do it. Just so I add a bit of clarity there for that. Okay, anything else, Councillor Allwood, before I go to Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Little?
No, I'm still wondering what the best approach might be here, whether we don't approve this and go back to them, or whether that's going to result in more grief. But I'm willing to dwell on that and vote in a few minutes, I assume. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen and then Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was rubbing my head around what's going on here, and I think I've understood now with some of the conversation going on. In the past, 2013 and 2010, sorry, B14, 2013, B12, 2010, were supposed to be merged by the municipality, weren't for whatever reason. The owners are now seeing that as an opportunity to have the municipality pay for the severance and pay for them to have access to that property. I'm kind of leaning towards what Councillor Allen has said. If the municipality fulfill its original obligation, which was to merge those two properties and have the one property, they are welcome to try and apply for a severance or something later on. It'll be interesting to see where this one lands.
And just to add clarity, because of the issue of County Road and the sight lines and the issue around the topographical, or the issue around they can't take an access point for a driveway for the lot itself, because they made application, or the inquirer was there, and the Director of Transportation said, I can't grant you any access because of the environmental constraints and the county and all that stuff. So I just want to make sure that was clarity. That's why if it was going to happen, they'd have to come through the other lot. Okay, just for clarity on that. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it appears that the municipality perhaps was at fault in not merging these two properties. And to address that, that failure, I guess, the municipality could offer to merge those properties at this point. The other part of it was feeling that they were paying excessive taxes on having those two separate properties, which MPAC has confirmed is not the case. So I really don't see the logic in us, paying for the topographical survey and the other things that are being requested. I think our obligation ends with remerging those two parcels as the municipality perhaps failed to do in the past.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else wish to speak before I go back to Councillor Alwood? Councillor Alwood.
And so my, obviously, staff is recommending this, and I assume it has to do with the comment in the legal impact. This matter may proceed to litigation. So that in somebody's opinion, the municipality paying for this solution is the lesser of two evils. But my concern is, are we just opening the door to litigation, or are they going to be amenable to merging the lots as they originally requested?
So just for procedural to you, Madam CAO, there has been a number of emails that have been forwarded both to myself, the CAO, probably Michael, I'm presuming, maybe rest of council, I don't know. I don't want to speak to some of the phrases that were maybe made in those emails in open session with the example of not speaking in open session. So Madam CAO, can you speak to what I'm trying to speak to, but not?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. The Neils have not threatened any legal action. They are very frustrated with the process that it's been going on for so long. I think they just want a solution. The outcome that is presented to you is best case scenario for them. Certainly, since the municipality was negligent in not completing the process initially, I think it would be prudent to offer to put it back to where it was so that they're full and wholesome as to where they should have been. But like I said, the Neils are just very frustrated with the process and the time it's taken to come to a decision.
Okay. Any other further discussion there? So the motion that's on the floor has been moved by Deputy Mayor and second by Councillor Belaket. Is there any further conversation, discussion? No amendments? All in favor of the resolution? So show your hand so I can see. Okay, one in favor, all opposed? Motion is lost. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute, no, I'm supposed to have, I got certain instructions here, so let me just see what time it is. It's 2:13. Let's come back can we come back at 2:20? Is that too soon? Okay, what would you wish? Somebody's talk.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Yep.
Point of order
Yes?
on process. Should we not see if there's any further direction out of 5.2 before we recess?
I certainly could take further conversation for sure.
I guess I feel it's because we've not followed the recommendation that there should be some direction to staff.
Okay, are you suggesting something since you have the floor? And then I see Councillor Alwood has his hand up.
I would defer either to our liaison for planning or if Councillor Alwood wanted to put something forward.
I see he's got his hand up. Councillor Alwood?
Yes, actually, I put my hand up and took it down, but I would suggest that we direct staff to approach the Neils and offer the option of merging those lots. And if it's council's opinion that we should cover those costs, that be included in that option, and I'd be prepared to move that, but I'd also like to hear from perhaps our planning liaison if he had brought that up initially.
And I guess I just want to add clarity there too, is there's nothing stopping them from making their application themselves. Right. Madam, or sorry, our planner, director of planning, do you wish to comment to that? Is that who you directed that to, Councillor Elwood?
I was actually directing my comments to Councillor Allen.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Councillor Allen, would you like to comment? Where'd he go? It's gone. Oh, you are.
There, press the wrong button.
Yeah.
Well, I brought this up at the beginning, so yes, I'm in favor of approaching the Neils and offering to put it back the way it should have been, and that we will pay costs, and hopefully everybody's happy. So I will second Councillor Allwood's motion.
Is that your direction, Councillor Elwood, just to be clear? Is what Councillor Allen said?
Well, if the motion was to, if I was to put a motion on the floor, it would be to approach them with the option of putting it back, merging the two lots as originally requested at the expense of council or municipality rather, and that we do get that legal. That's the full extent of our obligation to this matter. That nothing else can, there's no. If they choose to go a different direction, it's on them. So the wording of that should be. There is something in this motion that mentions that it would be the end of the thing as far as the municipality is concerned.
And that funding would still come from the planning reserve?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Allen, are you moving that? Or seconding that, I should say?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, discussion. The motion's on the floor. Discussion? Okay. Seeing no discussion. All in favor of that motion? That was passed unanimously. Okay, thank you. I apologize for moving along there quickly. I wasn't my intent, but certainly a couple comments before we'll sign off is Councillor Allen, be sure you don't fall in the water. And Councillor Valaket, I got your, it says, be kind, it's hard. I don't see that. Okay, there we go.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to drive, during the break, I'm going to drive home, I think.
Well, certainly don't fly. All right. Okay. So the clerk had instructions for me to tell you to make sure you turn off your camera and specifically the time we're coming back on. So let's come back at 2:30. That works for everyone? Okay. We'll come back at 2:30. Come on a couple minutes, second before, but okay.
Dane, that looks like a nice sandwich.
Do you like my sandwich? Are you jealous? My wife makes a wonderful sandwich.
You're live on YouTube.
Yeah, we can hear you guys.
How was your drive, Councillor Allen?
It was wonderful. Nice sunny day.
I thought I'd return to the beautiful Grey Highlands also.
I'm not sure how you guys are able to do that, but I will figure that out. Somebody's gonna have to teach me. All right,
Are you on iPad or?
I'm on an iPad, yes. You can do it?
So if you, yep, so you know where the mute and stop video and all those buttons are? There's 3 dots at the end.
Yes?
You hit the 3 dots and then hit virtual background.
We're back live, guys.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I got you.
There you go.
All right. Well, is everybody back, Madam Clerk? Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order at 2:32. So we're moving on to our agenda. I think if I may be so bold to say 5.12. Okay. Now I gotta realign myself on top of the bridge here. Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I'll move the motion as presented, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen?
Second, Your Honor.
Okay, any discussion on that motion with regards to calcium chloride? Okay, seeing that, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, the next item, 5.13 with regards to crushed granular road material. Deputy Mayor, you're moving that?
Move as
Councillor Nielsen? Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. Excuse me, item 5.14, a report here with regards to a no truck route bylaw. Do I have somebody wishes to move or discuss that? Deputy Mayor, you're moving it as written? Councillor Little? Okay, discussion, Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through to our Director of Transportation. The routes that are listed here, if there are people whose homes are on there, I know there's an exemption clause, but I'm just wanting clarification on exemptions. If somebody has building materials needing to be delivered, that the delivery truck will be in excess of the 4,500 kilograms, or if a new building is being built on a lot located on these roads, they will be allowed to get their deliveries. We can make exemptions for that. There would be no fines.
So the Director of Transportation, would you wish to speak? Are you out there, Herb?
I am here. The host has stopped me from putting my video on screen.
Oh, better talk to that host. We can still hear you, so go ahead.
So, thank you very much. Through to Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nielsen. This is really just for transportation of goods and services on typical roads. Regular house construction is exempt in this process. We are reasonable people here at Test Department. This is really just to stop the large tractor trailers from driving up these steep hills that have been known to be a problem within the last 2 years of my time here at the municipality, that has caused either damage to the roads, damage to vehicles, and or they were just unsuccessful to get up the roadways in certain weather conditions, i.e. Winter weather conditions. Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen, do you have any further?
Just further to that, I do see in the report that part of this process is to try to get this signage onto satellite mapping systems, GPSs and stuff like that, to help notify these trucks that this is our intention. So I'm satisfied with the answer, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Allwood, then Councilor Allen.
Through the chair to the Director of Transportation and Environmental Services. I wondered if any of the additional or proposed additions would impact any existing C4s.
Director of Transportation, Herb.
Through to Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Allwood. To my knowledge, the roads that are being requested are specifically steep hills and almost non-maneuverable roadways when we are talking about the larger larger tractor trailers for transportation of goods. They are not typically on these roads. I'm not aware of any C4s specifically that will be reduced for the service.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Allwood?
Yes, thank you.
Most cases, if there was an application would be made, they'd be made aware of the bylaw that it's in place, for sure. Councilor Allwood?
And my concern was not new applications, but existing C4s.
I think we verified there isn't any at this time. Is that right?
To the best of our knowledge, there aren't any, so I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, Your
Okay. Who was next? Councilor Allen, go ahead.
Yes, also for the test director. As you know, I live right near the East Back line where between Gray Road 4 and Gray Road 32. And we see tractor trailers turning there frequently. And I just wondered if part of the problem is that they turn onto the road and then they see the sign, and it's pretty hard to back up a transport back onto the highway. Is there any way of having a warning sign on the sign as you approach, just saying not a truck route or something like that, so they can see it before they get onto the actual road?
Herb?
Through to Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Allen, that will be permission from the county, since it is a county road, to post that sign. I will look into that to provide additional warnings for turning on that road. Just wanted to make one comment. We are using Municipal 511 to post this, and there is a connection between Municipal 511 and Google Maps, which provide directions to some vehicles, and that will deter some commercial vehicles from using this route with our connection through Municipal 511.
Councilor Allen?
Yeah, I don't know if other roads get the same abuse of the bylaw, but it could be because of the main corner in Flesherton with the less than 90-degree roads there. So I think a lot of people figure, well, I'll take the chance going around and bypass the main corner.
Right. Well, that can be a tricky. You see some drivers go around there, they got to swing way out before they can make that turn going toward the north. Any other conversation or discussion with regards to this resolution? Seeing none then, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, item 5.5, this is an addition to the original agenda from a week ago. And this is with regards to discussion around COVID-19 planning and communication. As you know, due to day-to-day changes associated with this topic, this will be a very verbal discussion. And I think I see the clerk pop up. Do you want to speak to this first, Madam Clerk? And then I know the CAO wants to speak, and then others, I think maybe want to speak to this also. Madam Clerk?
All I wanted to clarify, Your Worship, is that it's item 5.15.
What did I say?
5.5.
5.15. Well, that's why, there we are. Sorry, 5.15. I don't have my glasses on, so I've lost them. So, Madam CAO, do you wish to, I know you had spoken that you wish to maybe address this first, Madam CAO, or would you like
Thank
to
you,
speak?
Your Worship. I'm also getting a notice that the host has turned off my video, but hopefully you can hear me.
Well, you better talk to that host again. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So as council's aware, on March 17th, the municipality made the decision to temporarily close its doors to the public in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We realize that this decision may have inconvenienced some members of the public, but I can assure you that Grey Highlands is in a great position to provide its administrative services in an online format. In an effort to support social distancing, staff have worked tirelessly by establishing procedures that allow our team to work safely. At this point in time, we are working at full complement, and many of our administrative and management positions are working from home, while our outside staff continue to work independently where possible and follow the guidelines from public health on the best way to work safely. We realize that these are difficult times for everyone, and we are working on efforts to mitigate as many economic and social issues as possible. It is imperative that we maintain essential and vital services to our community. We are constantly looking at how to maintain these services in the coming weeks or perhaps even months. We can assure the public that we are looking at what the municipality may look like post-COVID-19 and the impact it may have on the future of our municipality. Our senior management team is in constant communication with their staff and continue to have daily virtual meetings and continue to keep the municipal business running. I would like to thank Council for their innovative vision and past support. Because of cloud-based software solutions, we've been able to redeploy workspaces to our homes. Council's foresight in seeing the benefits of live stream council meetings has enabled us to provide a platform to continue municipal business today, where many of our neighbors and even some large municipalities are now struggling to procure equipment in time for meetings scheduled for April or even May. I would also like to thank the members of the public for their patience and understanding as we redeployed our service delivery methods, and mostly for listening to and practicing public health advice on social distancing. Finally, I would like to thank the staff of Grey Highlands for always thinking outside the box and for putting in hours and hours of extra time in order to make all of this work. Your support and encouragement has been invaluable, but most of all, your pride in what you do on a daily basis will ensure together we get through this.
Okay, thank you, Karen, for that. And I know that I will echo what our CEO has spoken, and our staff are amazing to what they're faced with and what they're doing. And I also want to say to you, Karen, thank you for everything that you're doing. You're the head of the ship for staff, and my connecting point as council. And again, thank to you. And I know you're always approachable and reachable at any time when I need to, and certainly probably to council as well. So we will get through this. And how it looks like on the other side will be interesting, but we will get through this. And it's just going to take some time to go through this process that we were thrown into. And but we're adapting quite well. And again, that's what makes us Grey Highlanders and those that work here. And all part of the team. I guess I always call it what? Team Grey Highlands, right? Madam CEO and council and staff and everyone else that's part of this. It's Team Grey Highlands, and we work together. So again, thank you for those words. It is a challenging time, I will just say, from the county's perspective. Oh, I just want to say, Karen, to you that we have been meeting as a working group, as an EOC working group, must be almost 2 weeks now, to keep updated to what's happening there. Myself, the deputy mayor and senior management. And I know, Karen, you've been sending out updates to council and to social media, as you spoke to, with regards to the updates that we're doing. And again, I want to also thank our clerk, Madam Clerk, and your staff, and the ability to be able to do what we're doing today. I know we had a mock trial yesterday and it worked well. And here we are today. So again, thanks to you, Madam Clerk, and your staff of the ability that you have and the foresight that we as Grey Highlanders and as your staff and everyone here is where we are in the sense of our electronic ability to do what we're doing. And I'll leave it at that. Councillor Alwood.
I'd like to join his worship in thanking Team Grey Highlands, our senior management team and staff, for rising to the occasion and the innovative ways that we're trying to move forward in this pandemic. One item that has come up in some of the municipalities, and I believe our treasurer and CAO have given some thought to this, is the Grey Highlands position on deferring taxes. And I believe is that we shouldn't defer those taxes, but we would remove penalty and interest. And perhaps our CAO or treasurer might want to speak to that. And I believe that would need council's approval.
Yes, okay, thank you for that, Councillor Alwood, and I'll defer that comment to our Madam CAO and possibly our treasurer. Madam CAO? And maybe explain what that means in the sense of what, just some clarity there of what is being asked or suggested in a sense of conversation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to defer that to our treasurer.
Okay. Madam Treasurer?
Certainly. So I'll just provide a brief financial update. So the first, the due date for the next tax installment is on Friday, and the one following that will be at the end of June. Additionally, water bills come due for Markdale and Cat users in April. So additionally, we have financial obligations and expenses that we need to meet. Most notably, we have large payments due to the school boards and county by the end of the month. And we rely on property taxes and user fees to meet our obligations.
Okay, just Anna, you were just sort of bleeped out there when you got to about the water bills. I don't know if you can just repeat that, please. Just somehow you weren't there. You said about water bills, and then there was a part that was missed before we said our obligation to the counties and school board.
Okay, so I was just saying that we have financial obligations that must be met, including our payments to the school boards and the county, which are due by the end of the month. So at this point in time, we haven't seen significant decreases in our payments received. We're still working through processing the payments we have received. That's taking place in the next couple of days. And we'll certainly be performing a more thorough analysis after the due date has passed. Should payments decrease substantially, we might need to look at borrowing from a reserve fund or potentially applying for a line of credit. But my current recommendation is that council authorize staff to waive penalties and interest for a specified amount of time so that we can move forward. So I would like to see a resolution for that.
Okay, so just for clarity, a specific time frame. So basically, the March 27 due date is due. And hypothetically saying if it was, if that payment didn't come into the 1st of May, that would, so the general penalty, I'm not sure what that penalty is, but interest would be from that day to the 1st of May would be the interest charge on that time. What's the penalty with regards to not paying on time?
So the penalty is 1.25%, and that's charged on the first day of every month.
Okay, and so that's the penalty, but the interest, the 1.2% is the interest that, so you get charged the next day that it's due, and then it's 1.2% daily? No, how's that work?
No, it's 1.25% monthly. So the penalty is what is applied for the first payment that is missed, and then interest is what is charged for following months after that.
Okay.
So it's not both, it's one or the other. It's penalty and then interest if the balance remains outstanding.
Okay, and just one other clarity point. If those that you do have accounts that are behind as of today, how do you figure that part out if we as council were to say, okay, we're going to give a 1 month grace? That's a lot of work for you to do, I presume.
Do you mean so as in not applying or applying penalty for those who have overdue balances before the due date?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
That would be more work for us, but it's possible.
Okay. I just wanted those clarity. So Councillor Alwood, you raised this. Do you have any further points of clarity on that part?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to our treasurer. There was a question about a council resolution supporting penalty and interest waiving, and the suggestion that I saw in an email that was sent to me was that that penalty and interest for the first of the month be waived for April, May, June, and July for all payments included taxes, water, and that the treasurer be authorized to transfer from the reserve fund bank accounts to the main bank account if required to fund the operating expenses.
That's my recommendation to council, but that's can be modified as you see fit.
Where did
I recommend my
I'd be prepared to
recommendation
make
for
that motion to get it on the floor for discussion if somebody wants to second it.
Just hang on there, Councillor Alwood. I want to let the treasurer finish speaking before I go to that resolution. Madam Treasurer, did you have anything to finish to say? It's not your recommendation, but then go ahead.
The recommendation was to waive penalty and interest up until July 1st, so that it would include the second installment. While it's not deferring the tax due date, it does give those residents who are unable to pay the option of choosing to defer them themselves, but not being penalized.
Right. So they still owe it. It's just they won't be charged a penalty and interest during that period of time. Okay.
Right.
So Councillor Alwood, you're wishing to move that as a resolution?
Yes, there was a, and that the treasurer, in addition to that, that the treasurer be authorized to transfer from the reserve bank account, if required, to fund operating expenses.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Little, you're seconding that? Or you're asking for, I gotta get a seconder before we have debate on it.
Well, I would like to hear, it's cutting out a little bit. I would, and it was kind of fast and there's a lot in there. I would like to hear the whole motion as moved kind of
Okay.
slowly, point by point.
So Councillor Alwood, can you speak a little slower? Just, I think we're having a little electronic glitches here, but just please speak slowly so everybody understands what you're saying.
And I'll be pulling item 6.9 on our consent agenda to address that issue, hopefully, but can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. The resolution would read that the charging of penalty and interest on the first of the month waived for April, May, June, and July for all payments, including taxes, water, and that the treasurer be authorized to transfer from the reserve fund bank accounts to the main bank account, if required, to fund operating expenses.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, you have put it on our screen. Does everybody see it on our screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, is that how you're that's how you're crafting the motion, Councillor Elwood? As it's on the screen?
I am.
Okay, so everybody sees the screen? Is there a seconder to that screen? I can't quite see everybody, so speak up and tell me who you are.
Second it, your worship.
Councillor Little. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, for doing that. Okay, so everybody understands the motion has been moved and second. Discussion. Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Little. I'm gonna let Councillor Little speak. So she's second, and then Deputy Mayor. Councillor Little.
Well, no, I do support what's in there. I do have a question though, and I don't know whether it should be in a separate motion. Perhaps it should be. But I would just wonder about the municipality providing some opportunity for those people who have pre-authorized payments of opting out or suspending those payments.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Is there a mechanism for that, or is that something that council can direct a staff to do?
So I'm gonna go to the treasurer on that. I'm presuming that they would have to make that request, but Madam Treasurer?
Yeah, so that is possible. We generally require at least 5 business days in advance of the due date in order to process that. So it's a little bit tricky because so there's 2 types of pre-authorized payments. There's the ones that happen monthly. So they're processed on the last business day of the month. And then there's the transactions that are processed on the installment due dates. So that one was actually supposed to be submitted to the bank yesterday. I have held off at this time. I've heard from a couple of residents who have asked to be removed from the pre-authorized payment plan for a short period of time. So that's certainly an option.
Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Little?
Yes, it does. And maybe it should be a subsequent motion.
Okay. Other discussions on the motion that's on the floor? Deputy Mayor, sorry, Deputy Mayor. Oh, Karen, do you have a point of clarity?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add to what the treasurer spoke about. We're anticipating that this payment that is due this week is not going to be the issue. We're anticipating that the payment in June is going to be the issue because you know, as time goes on, people are losing their jobs and so on and so forth, and just trying to figure out where they are financially. So that does give us some time to get the message out to the public about the pre-authorized payments and people wishing to postpone those. But in discussions with the treasurer, she believes that most of the payments, like, we're not that much different than where we were this time last year for this payment. So we're more concerned about the next payment coming up that's due in June.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because this is so fluid, it keeps changing as we go along. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the mover and seconder, my question is with regard to the intent of the motion. Will the waiver of interest or penalty apply to amounts that are currently outstanding as well, or is it just for amounts that were due, that are coming up due?
So I guess going to the treasurer, that was something I sort of raised, but do we need clarity on that? And I guess I'll go back to the treasurer. Do you need clarity in the sense that how does this apply to accounts that are overdue today? I think that's what your question was, Deputy Mayor, I think. Madam Treasurer?
Yes, I would like some clarity on that.
Do you want, that would be in a separate motion? Madam CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship. In my discussions in the county CAO's meeting with our surrounding municipalities, we tried to get some consensus on this. The consensus that we did get was that the interest and penalty would be halted for all account holders at this point in time, because it's it's a lot of work to go back and select certain taxpayers and not all. So it's just easier to bite the bullet and just not run the penalty or interest for those months that is suggested by the treasurer. And we did reach consensus with our surrounding municipalities that we were all going to recommend the same to our councils.
So just for clarity, Madam CEO and Madam Treasurer, so basically, if somebody was a year behind, I'm just picking it out of the sky, somebody's a year behind, they come to hear what is owed in penalty and interest up till, I guess, whatever that date starts. From there till July 1st is what's being suggested. They won't get charged in that period of time.
Yeah, so the way the motion currently reads right now, we wouldn't be applying penalty or interest to any overdue balances.
That is subject to be over that period and during that period of time. Okay, as long as that's clear. Is that clear enough, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you.
Is that clear, Madam CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship. The thought process about behind not segregating who was delinquent before we got into this situation is the fact that if those taxpayers are already in arrears, they're already suffering financially and not able to pay. So to penalize them because they didn't pay before seems to be, a little unfair when obviously already they're experiencing financial difficulty.
I don't think that was the suggestion at all. Certainly during this time, everybody gets treated the same regardless of what their status is. I think that's clear. Councillor Allwood.
Just as a point of clarity, so the people that are already in default would already have had their penalty applied. We're just suggesting that from the beginning of this new motion, we would not be applying interest to those past due accounts, and that any new tax payments that come due would not have a penalty or interest applied. But the penalty is in the past for people that are default right now.
During that period, during this period.
But during the period that we're suggesting, nobody's going to be charged interest on overdue water bills, tax bills, as the motion reads.
So from Treasurer and CEO, that's clear, right? That's okay. All right. Thanks for that clarity, Councillor Allwood. Any other discussion on the motion that is on the floor? I guess the question is the start date, but I guess it would be from this day on, I presume. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question doesn't relate directly to the motion, but it does relate to the topic and the background that has been provided by the treasurer. My question through you to the treasurer is: has there been any sort of communication, any sort of talking going on between our treasurer and the treasurer of the county and that of the school board with regards to deferring the payments? Because at the end of the day, our constituents in Grey Highlands are definitely our constituents, but they're also constituents of Grey County and the school board, of Blue Water District School Board. So has there been conversation between the three treasurers to defer all these payments that are coming?
Madam CAO, I see you indicate you wish to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, on the county CAO meeting yesterday, we did bring that up to the county CAO that although they don't charge interest and penalty to the municipality for their payments, 100% of their payment is due on the due date. And the CAO said that she will take that back to the treasurer, and they will definitely have that discussion regarding deferral. And as far as the school board, I'm not sure if the treasurer has heard anything from the school board. Perhaps if she's heard anything, she can speak.
She's saying no. I will say, Karen, that I care to differ because I know one time we did miss a payment about 5 years ago to the county of Grey, and we did get charged. We got it rectified, but they did send us a new bill with interest, and so it got paid pretty quick. It was a bit of a mix-up in getting the checks there at a certain time. Something happened, and a check got lost. So they do charge. They got a big stick up there. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is something that we should address on either a staff level or a political level. because the treasurer just said that she would recommend that we look at other funding options such as borrowing from a reserve or getting a line of credit. And I am 100% in favor of deferring, or not deferring, but not levying penalties or interest. But at the same time, I think it's a little unfair to our municipality to have to incur a cost for being good, I guess, right? So, you know, it would be nice if, because at the end of the day, we're all constituents, as I said, of Grey County and the Blue Water District School Board, and we're not saying that we're not going to pay it. It's just that at this current time, we don't. I don't think, anyways. And I of course I can't speak for council, but I don't think we should have to incur a cost for being nice to our constituents.
Why don't you put a motion on the floor to suggest the county doesn't charge us? I'll go to Tom. I'll go to Councillor Alwood. I'll come back to you. Councillor Alwood.
I think we're mandated to pay those payments on time, and I'm not sure if that's a municipal act issue or a county issue, but you know, I agree with what the deputy mayor is saying, that it seems unfair that we're willing to forego penalty and interest, and yet are in a position of having to forward the mandated funds to the county and school board. So I'm not sure if that's a county issue or a municipal issue. Maybe our CEO or could shed some light on that.
I don't know. Do you have any further comments to that, Madam CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do believe the county sets the dates that the payments are due. And the reason I said that we don't pay interest and penalty is because they are mandated on that day, and we generally pay well before that day. So what we would be looking for from the county would be a deferral on the date that those payments are due, to allow the municipality to review its cash flow.
Because just from that, if we have to borrow the money from our line of credit, it's still costing the residents of Grey Highlands the interest costs on continuing to make those payments, right? So I would see no problem with a resolution coming from this municipality suggesting that the county review that due date and see if there's some flexibility in that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the following motion, keeping this discussion in mind then. Whereas the municipality of Grey Highlands has decided to waive interest/penalties on. You
better wait till we deal with this motion first.
Okay.
Councillor Little, did you have a comment there?
Just procedure, Your Worship. There's a motion on the floor.
That's right. That's what I reminded our deputy mayor, that to hold off. Right. Any further comments with regards to the motion that has been put on the floor by Councillor Alwood, and I missed the seconder. Who was the seconder of that? I didn't write it down. Councillor Little. Right. Any further discussion? Councillor Allen.
I was just wondering what kind of message would go on to our website, whether we encourage those that can pay to pay on time. There needs to be something go out, but I don't want everybody to just decide, oh, we don't need to pay our taxes for 3 months.
You're absolutely right. They're still due. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Allen raises a good point there. What we would like to do is to reach out to those who are having difficulties paying and schedule payment plans and keep the conversation going, because as we know, if you miss one payment and then it starts to escalate. So we want to make sure that our residents and our business owners have an opportunity to enter into a payment plan, so that perhaps it's not as difficult for them to make, the payments going forward. So I would encourage everybody who is anticipating they may have difficulty to contact our finance staff and to put something in place before things escalate.
Okay, because basically your next installment is due, say, June 27th. As July 1st is there, they're due. Right? Am I reading that right? Like that second installment will be due at the end of June, which is close to July 1st. Any comments there, Madam Treasurer?
Yeah, so I believe the motion included waiving penalty and interest for to be charged on July 1st. So really there would be no penalty incurred until August 1st for anyone that was unable to make that installment.
Right. So that's where you'd see it. That's where it would show up. Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? That was approved unanimously. Deputy Mayor, do you have a motion to put on the floor?
Yes, Your Worship, I do. Whereas the municipality of Grey Highlands has decided to waive the interest/penalty on payments that are coming due for tax and utility bills, and that the municipality is required to remit the education and the county portion to the respective authorities on a prescribed time. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Municipality of Grey Highlands does direct staff to contact the treasurer of the respective organizations asking for a deferral on those remittances.
Do you want a date till like July 1st or anything like that?
I believe staff can work it out at the staff level, and yeah.
So, Madam Clerk, do you have that formulated in a? You don't?
I'm in the process of sending her an email.
Okay. So is everybody understand the motion that the deputy mayor has put forward? Is there a seconder for that motion? Councilor Nielsen? Okay, so deputy mayor and Councilor Nielsen. All right, discussion. So that would include the school board, the county. Does that also include the conservation authorities too? And I don't know, I don't know on that part. I think we might want clarity in that. Councilor Little?
I think the conservation authorities are a separate entity because we're collecting taxes on behalf or for the school board and for the county. So that's why we're dealing with those.
Okay, just wanted clarity, so there'd be the two, the school board and the county. Okay, just so everybody knows that, that's for clarity. Okay, any just other discussion on that? Any clarity needed from staff? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, other discussion?
I've just sent that email to the clerk with the text of the motion.
I trust is exactly how you read it.
Exactly how I was going to write it.
Yes. Okay, Councilor Little.
So the topic I raised before was, I guess, communicating to our residents and maybe creating a mechanism that residents would be able to opt out of their pre-authorized payments or suspend their pre-authorized payments. And to be honest, I wasn't sure of what the CAO's response was. I'm just wondering how feasible that is from a staff perspective.
Madam CAO, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Little. So as the treasurer spoke to, we did hold off on the one payment that was actually due to go in today. I think it's prudent to hold off for another week and get some information out through social media. My guess is at this point in time, anybody who thought that they couldn't make this payment would have contacted us this week, knowing that it comes out this week. My concern and the treasurer's concern is for the next payment. So we will make sure we get enough information out there so people know if they do want to cancel it and not to incur charges through the bank, that they should get a hold of the municipality immediately.
Okay, so do we need a separate motion as Councilor? We don't need a motion as Councilor Little. That's clear enough for you? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think we can hold off.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. On a different topic still related to the current global pandemic. I received communications from a gentleman who volunteers with the Flesh and Food Bank with regards to certain funding issues. We know that the province has announced a $300 million fund for community services such as food banks, but this fund has not been fully released as yet, to the best of my knowledge. Even when this fund does get released, the funds will flow through a municipal services manager. I have emailed the county CAO to find out who our municipal services manager would be. In the meanwhile, I want to ensure that our food banks do not face funding issues while awaiting the rollout of these funds. As such, I would like for the municipality to set up a bridge funding program that can be accessed by community service providers in Grey Highlands. 4 or 5 days ago, the Council of Aurelia passed certain emergency measures due to the global pandemic. One of those measures was to announce a $100,000 fund for local community service providers. These funds would not be accessible by groups that are provincial or federal in nature. It was simply for groups that were local to Aurelia. I did bring this up at an EOC to use funds from the reserve for something like this. And the treasurer did mention at the time that we do have strong enough reserves to have a similar fund like that. So I wanted to bring it up before council and have some discussion around it before I brought a motion forward.
So Deputy Mayor, I did forward you just an email right now with regards to a list of all the food banks in Grey and Bruce, and it sort of lists them all off. It was sent from Jim Uback, and anyway, is there for you to take a look at. Okay, so you're asking then to council, is there a feeling or a suggestion that we could put some money toward the food bank as an emergency fund? Are you suggesting any dollars toward that?
Aurelia did $100,000. I know we're a significantly smaller municipality. I'm okay with having a significantly smaller number. As far as I know, we have two food banks in our municipality. And the idea would be for staff to reach out to these food banks and see what sort of financial help they require in the short term due to the global pandemic we are in right now.
Okay, Madam CEO, you popped up there, so I'm going to let you speak first. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Aurelia is a single-tier municipality. So my thought, and it's just a thought to council to mull over as they're debating this issue, is that we have this discussion at the county level, either through there's county treasurers or the county CAOs, and see if there's something we can do collectively to all of the food banks in Grey County.
So Karen, you would report back to council possibly at our next meeting or through a communique from yourself to all of council.
Certainly, Your Worship.
Okay, just a follow up from Deputy Mayor, and then I'll go to Councillor Alwood. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Madam CEO, for that response. My follow-up question to that is, does that require direction from council, or is that something that staff will take away?
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I don't think it needs council direction per se. I think it's a good conversation to have at the county level. And I'm quite happy to bring that up at my next county CAOs meeting on Tuesday to see what the appetite is for the other lower tiers and from our county CAO.
Okay, Councillor Alwood.
Through you, Your Worship, to our Deputy Mayor, do you know whether or not the municipality of Aurelia had declared an emergency before setting up that fund, or?
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Your Worship, the council, the city of Aurelia declared, it was right around there. I cannot remember if it was just before or just after. If I was a betting man, I would say they declared shortly after this council meeting. I think they declared just the next day after this council meeting. So these measures were passed prior to the declaration of emergency, Your Worship.
Okay, so I think that's a good segue into something that we maybe also need to talk about is Grey Highlands declaring a state of an emergency. And I guess we're starting to have conversations about doing special things. I'm thinking maybe it gets to the point where before we do too much, we need to declare a state of emergency as Grey Highlands that allows us to do these things outside the normal circumstances. And I'm not sure if there will be a funding that will be feeding down through the municipalities because of those unique circumstances or however. And but the declaring does allow certain provisions, and this is not like a normal emergency. This is sort of a unique situation. It's not just today or tomorrow. It's like we're not sure how long it's going on for. So Councillor Alwood, I saw you indicated you wish to speak.
Yes, I was pondering the same question and wondering, my understanding is if the municipality was to declare a state of emergency, that all other municipal business basically stops and you deal with the emergency.
Madam CEO.
I think council would need some clarity on what declaring a state of emergency actually obligates us to.
Right.
And how we proceed with that.
I got the, so Madam CEO, I see Jessica there. Do you want me to go to Jessica first, or do you want to go first, Madam CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will just reiterate to council, I'm not sure what our CEC is going to say, but the decision to declare an emergency is through the EOC recommendation to the mayor. So it isn't a council decision per se. If you're having the discussion, just to bring council up to date as to what an emergency declaration would mean for the municipality, then I think we're fine to go forward.
I think that's what Councillor Alwood was asking for. What if the municipality was declaring? I only brought the point up is some of the things that we're talking about. Do some of those things don't happen unless we are in that situation? And then Councillor Alwood asked the question is, if we are declaring an emergency as Grey Highlands, what does that equal, or what does that mean? So I'll go to Jessica, the CMMC officer. Jessica?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to
just turn your volume up a bit. You turn your volume up.
1 second here. Can you hear me now?
You're not clear, but if we can listen.
Okay, through Your Worship to Councillor Alwood. The decision to declare an emergency, the CIO is absolutely correct. The decision rests with the mayor through consultation with the MECG. We've had discussions within the group as to what constitutes an emergency. I think we're all in agreement that this meets the criteria for an emergency. It's an impending situation that threatens the health or well-being of the municipality, whether physically or through its infrastructure and resources. So some of the rationale to declaring an emergency would be that either our resources, whether physical or staff, are taxed financially, or if, as I mentioned, the physical well-being of persons or infrastructure is at risk. We could also declare based off of the need for additional resources. It's unclear at this point how that will be funded and through what. Usually for a natural emergency, that's done through the province, through MDRA. We're still seeking assistance or clarification to the province as well as the county.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't mean to get into the whole discussion about declaring, but I think it's good to have that information to council so they understand clearly that process. And certainly we have been meeting as a working group every morning, generally at 10:15 for a half an hour to an hour, depending on the degree of the discussion. Certainly at the county, I am also been involved with one working group. We haven't declared at the county of Gray as of yet. Certainly in the county of Gray, West Gray has declared, Blue Mountains have declared, and I understand today the municipality of Meaford has declared, along with the county of Bruce, Wellington, Simcoe County, Huron, and some municipalities, and all those municipalities also have declared. I think, Jessica, do you have a number of municipalities that have declared as of today?
I believe, Your Worship, that the number is 125 municipalities and First Nations throughout the province.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the CAO mentioned that the next meeting of the CAOs is going to be on Tuesday. In the meanwhile, if we do have members or volunteers from the food bank reaching out, I just wonder if council is in a position today to be prepared to set up a small fund so that if a local food bank does come to us, that we are able to help them out, or staff is able to help them out, without significant delay. My second question, again, to the group as a whole, is the deferral of the April intake of the community grant program. Obviously, I don't think we're in a position right now at the SAP, anyways, to meet and discuss and debate the applications. And I don't think there's, I don't know if groups in our municipality are in a position to meet right now and fill out these applications. So the deferral of the April intake. And to answer Councillor Allwood's question on when the measures were passed, in Aurelia, the council in Aurelia met at 7 p.m. on March 20th, and at 8:27 on March 20th, the mayor declared a state of emergency. I hope that provides clarity.
And that is the authority of the mayor. At the end of the day, it's up to that individual to make that declaration for sure. Okay, other discussions? Councillor Little?
Just before I go ahead, there isn't a motion on the floor right now, is there?
No, floor is clear. No motion on the floor.
Okay, so I think the lines of communication at Grey Highlands are excellent. I really appreciate the updates that the CAO provides, and I thought your address the other day, Mayor McQueen, was excellent, and I think you should continue doing that, maybe not daily, but continue doing that regularly. I think it's really helpful. I guess my question is, when we as a council are considering what sorts of steps we can take to help our residents and our local businesses, it's a bit difficult because we seem to be going day by day and we don't know what the future holds. And I'm thinking from, we don't do anything without staff. I'm just thinking from a staff perspective, is there an overall sense of the incremental way that this emergency is proceeding? Right now, we're maintaining essential services. They're being provided still at the levels that we have been providing them. But I'm wondering about staff capacity. Are some departments overworked, and some departments, just by the nature of the work they do, not as taxed? And wondering about reprioritization of what our plan is for this coming year. If there needs to be reassignment of people between departments to shore up some areas where it's not needed so much. And I don't mean to get into the nitty-gritty, the details, but I'm just wondering from a staff perspective, CAO, Madam CAO, of providing council with a bit more of a broader picture of how we might proceed through this, because for council, it's a bit difficult to make these specific decisions out of context. So maybe it's too much to ask in these times, but I'm just wondering if Madam CAO and senior managers are thinking about the big picture and how much of that can be actually put into work and communicated to council.
Okay, Madam CEO, did you understand the question that was asked?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Your Worship. And I totally understand where Councillor Little is coming from, because a lot of this at this point in time is day by day and it's unknown. But if I can just ease your mind a little bit and let you know what we're doing from an administrative point of view, I think that might help. So currently we're at stage 1 of our emergency management pandemic plan. And in that stage, we roll out to all of our SMT pandemic business continuity reports and risk assessments for the situation. And each of our SMT managers fills that out, and they list on the business continuity what tasks are level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if we do need to go to essential service in the means of water treatment and wastewater treatment, we look at how we can redeploy our staff, who has got licenses and that kind of thing that we can pull from one area to another. So we're just in that stage now. We're working very hard on that to see if we have employees that are cross-trained. One of the other important features of administration is our payroll, because obviously if our staff are out there working very hard, we want to make sure that we can pay them. So our treasurer has done an amazing job cross-training, and I believe we have 4 people now that can actually perform the payroll, because we do deem that in our municipality as an essential service. I've had discussions with our Director of Public Utilities. He's had discussions with the Ministry of Environmental Conservation and Parks about what we can do in the event of staff not being able to come in perform their duties, because that is a licensed function. And we're looking at things that we can bring back retired water treatment operators. We can partner with our municipality and draw on their our staff. And at the very least, we can call on the ministry if we have no other ways or means of testing our water. We can call on the ministry and they will supply us with someone to do that. Where our roads are concerned, obviously, we have a lot of capital projects on the go or coming up because it's springtime. So our Director of Transportation has prioritized those and submitted his priority reports to the CEMC. And as far as administration goes, we're in very good shape, because the majority of our administration and managers are working from their homes, so they're in isolation, not together. So if you look at the risk assessment, the chance of all of one department coming down at one point in time with an illness and they're unable to work is very slim in that area. As far as our outside staff, we've asked them to, wherever possible, work in isolation. So one person to one piece of equipment or one person to one vehicle. We are wiping down the vehicles at the end of the day, but we're trying to keep it so that that vehicle is assigned to that one person. There are some functions in our public transportation area that require 2 or even 3 people to perform the task. So at this point in time, as the risk is low for Grey Highlands, they are practicing social distancing and the recommendations that are coming out from public health. We have also consulted with our Joint Health and Safety Committee, and they are working on standard operating procedures as to how many people can be in a building at any one time, how long they can be in the building for, and how far apart they have to be. So we have those documented. We are really in good shape. I think it was a really good move on the municipality to enact the EOC very early so that we could start working on these things. And as we don't know what the future is going to bring to us, we want to make sure we have enough plans in place so that we can redeploy. I'm also working on a redeployment policy internally for staff so that they're clear that they may get pulled from one duty and assigned to another as the need arises. So like I said, we are in very good shape operationally, and our EOC meets every day, our SMT meets every day, and we have those discussions on a daily basis to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're moving through this as efficiently as possible.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam CAO. Councillor Little, do you have anything to add?
Just thank you to Madam CAO. That's reassuring, and I thank staff and again the mayor and deputy mayor for your diligence in this.
I will say that I'm in discussion almost every day with the medical doctor of health, Dr. Ian Era, and I actually have a call in to him after we get done our meeting, and part of that is my duty as the warden, but certainly if things change, he's talking to me, that's for sure. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to put two motions on the floor. I'll start with the first. That council approves a $5,000 fund to help local community service providers in the short term.
And just for clarity, who determines that, or is it by a request that's made to some sort of third body?
And that's a fair question, Your Worship. In the city of Aurelia, there was the review panel had the CAO and the mayor and the mayor's designate.
Okay. Ooh.
So.
Okay. Oh, well, we can work out those details, but your motion is we set aside an emergency fund of $5,000 for community needs? Is that how
service provider, community service providers.
Service providers. Do we have a seconder for that motion that's being requested? Do we have a seconder? Councilor Nielsen. Okay. The motion is on the floor. Madam Clerk, did you get the correct wording for that motion? Okay. Councilor Nielsen, do you wish to speak to it?
Just clarification that we are discussing a bridge funding that would be there so that if provincial money comes through, federal money comes through, it would be like a loan situation.
Well, I guess that's the clarity in the sense of declaring an emergency. Do we get bridge funding unless we declare an emergency? And that's a separate conversation there, but so should I seek that out, Councillor Nielsen, and for clarity in that part, maybe from the CAO or from, oh, I got the CMMC officer, Madam Jessica.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the event that a declaration is made, that is when we are eligible for provincial funding, should it be granted or should it be made available. There is no guarantee that there is provincial funding made available. So I have to be very clear on that if that's our rationale. We have to be very clear that that provincial funding may or may not be made available to us. And it's unclear what that funding could be used for.
So I'm just before I got a bunch of hands popping up. I guess in the sense, I always remember my Madam CEO, past treasurer, saying, "Where's this funds coming from?" You forgot to include that.
The working capital reserve.
Okay, I think okay. Thank you for that clarity, Madam CAO. I think you maybe wish to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted clarity through you from the Deputy Mayor as to who the loans would be for. We have to be very careful when it comes to the bonusing rules. I just wanted clarity on the word loan.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
So, and that was one point of clarity that I did want to provide to Councillor Nielsen. I'm not looking at this as a loan. It's a funding avenue for the short term, simply because we've heard from the CAO that the CAO will be talking to our treasurers and CAOs in the county and make this a county level discussion. So it's not a loan. I do not expect them to pay this back to the municipality. It's simply for the short term. If they find that they are severely lacking in funds, that the municipality will stand with them and will help them for the short term.
Madam CAO? Oh, you're not.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. Could you please just verify what entities you're referring to? I missed that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the CAO. The entities that I would be referring to, the intent is to help the local food banks. I don't know that there is entities in Grey Highlands specifically that provide initiatives or services to those who are looking for short-term housing. I know that that's done through the county, and the county supports certain entities for that. I do not know that there is similar entities in the municipality. So the intent is primarily for the food banks in our municipality.
Okay, thank you for that. And just before I go to Councillor Allwood, something to consider, and I'm trying to find the email. Bruce Power has put money up toward food banks, and maybe part of your motion that could add to that is to challenge Bruce Power to match the amount that we're talking about. Because I think I think I saw something like 250,000 throughout Grey Bruce that they've sort of allocated for food banks, and maybe somebody else can add some clarity. Do you want to speak to that before I go to Councillor Elwood?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so Bruce Power has, usually they make a number of donations around Thanksgiving and Christmas, which they've they've fast-tracked them and they've made them at the present time, which is what that is referring to.
Well, this is more recent. This is more recent.
Yeah,
I saw
Yes, so they made the announcement either earlier today or yesterday.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's basically the donations that they usually make around Thanksgiving and Christmas that they're making now instead of waiting until.
Right. Okay. So just as clarity, you don't need to add in there that to see if they would match that.
I mean, it'd be great if they could. I'm not fully aware of how that funding works and how those donations work. So I don't want to sort of force hands on that without having full knowledge of the working of that funding.
Okay. Councillor Allwood, sorry about that. Councillor Allwood.
Actually, you caught my first question, was where the funds are coming from, but just on the question, it's not a loan, but I seem to. Is it the Deputy Mayor's intent that should we in fact have county funds, or if we declare an emergency and have provincial funds available, are we going to repay that working capital out of that funding source, or is it just a grant to the food banks at this point?
I guess I'll go back to the Deputy Mayor and maybe some Treasury conversations. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. That can be entirely a council decision. It's $5,000. At the end of the day, that's 0.05% of the levy on a general year. Whether it goes back into the working capital reserve or not, I don't know. It also depends on how the funding from the county, if there is any, would flow. If it flows to the municipality, we would have some amount of discretion on how that flows to us. If not, and if it's going directly to the food banks, then it's a whole different story that we, then at that point, then do we start saying that this is a loan and the food banks have to pay it back to us, which that is not the intent of my motion, Your Worship.
Okay. Madam Treasurer, do you have something to add?
I was going to suggest that we fund this through the community grant program instead of from the working capital reserve.
And how much do we have? How much do we have there?
I did confirm with the Director of Economic Development, and there's room in that budget.
Okay.
And anything that is over or under budget in that department flows through Community Development Reserve. So there's room there.
Okay, that's probably Deputy Mayor. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that, provided that it doesn't require a meeting of the Financial Assistance Program Committee.
It does go back to who decides who gets it though, somewhere along the way, but okay, other conversation. Councillor Nielsen, you second this motion, or you have any questions, sir? Okay, any further questions to the motions on the floor? Madam Clerk, you got the motion down that you know what we're talking about?
That council approves a $5,000 fund to assist community service providers in the short term to come from the community grant program.
Okay, thank you for that. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Any further update with regards to COVID?
I have a second motion, Your Worship.
Okay, you've been doing your homework. Go ahead.
The second motion is with regards to the issue that I brought up earlier on the applications for the community grant program, that the April intake of applications be deferred until a future time to be determined.
Okay, Councillor Elwood, you're seconding that?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. All right, Councillor Little?
I would like to hear from the, Your Worship, from the Economic and Community Development Director. I think this process was going to be started, if not already started. So I just wonder what the status is.
Okay, Michelle.
Thank you so much through you, Mayor McQueen, to Councillor Little and Council. The initial call for the second intake did go out, I believe, on Friday or first thing this week. Part of that rationale was because we had no direction, and secondly, we wanted to provide some sense of normalcy to our community. That said, it was sent out under the caveat that things are changing by the minute, and this may need to be deferred moving forward.
So Michelle, if this motion carries, then you have a new communication to go out.
Absolutely. And through you, Mayor, to the rest of council, we, Krista has been communicating regularly with our community groups as part of our teamwork anyway. And I think it would be totally understandable, and I'm not anticipating any problem as long as we continue to keep those lines of communication open.
Very good, and absolutely, for sure, keep the communication lines open. Okay, thank you for that, Michelle. Councillor Allen.
Why do we feel that we need to defer the intake of the information? People are prepared, they're sitting at home with nothing to do. They can make the application, send them in, whether we deal with them right away or we just sit on them for a bit. We can make that decision, but I don't see why we need to stop the process.
Okay, I see Councillor Allwood has his hand up. He was the seconder of this. Go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, you know, a lot of these decisions are made in a group context, and I don't think the groups are meeting. So it's not uncommon that there's a flurry of activity at the last minute as the date approaches. So I don't see the problem in deferring, and I think the reason we need to defer it is that those groups cannot get together right now with the social distancing that's required to deal with this pandemic.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you wish to speak to that back, Councillor Allen, before I go to Councillor Balaket? Okay, Councillor Balaket.
Thank you to Councillor Allen through the chair. I also think that what is happening with our community right now is we all know that our volunteers are the same the same base of people. And I think right now, many of them are are finding themselves involved in things that they necessarily would not be in under these circumstances. And I also think that I think people's mental health needs a little bit of a break. And that by by taking something away from the list, that I think it's just a good thing to do for people right now, quite frankly.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, did you have any further comments there? Okay.
No, thank you, Your Worship.
I just wasn't sure if you were indicating. Okay, any further discussion on that? So everybody understands the motion then, that we're going to, the second intake is going to be deferred till further notice. I guess that's how it was sort of worded. Do you need, okay, everybody understands the motion. I don't need to get to the clerk to read it. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Madam CEO, you wish to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before we move on to the next agenda item, I was just wondering if Council would indulge our Director of Economic Development. I know she would like to talk to you about some of the initiatives that she's doing specifically surrounding our small businesses in the community.
Okay, that's great. Yes, it's been a bit of a concern there. Michelle.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mayor, to Council and staff. While the economic development work often is considered fluff, we have been working on a significant strategy now that the infrastructure and emergency elements of the municipality are underway, along with working on a virtual community engagement strategy that we think is going to be critical during the coming weeks and months to help mitigate social isolation. We have already started to receive calls from our business community, some of whom are already in dire straits. We are currently working with our business directory to try to reach out to all our businesses that we have access to. I've been starting to make random calls to our businesses just when I have a few moments to get a sense of what's going on in the community. I will be sending correspondence out to them via email today and tomorrow, asking them, one, to complete the survey that we're working on with the county around business continuance, but also for them to know that we are here for them and that we will be consolidating and sharing information as it comes our way. There is a huge sense of desperation from some of our businesses, many of whom, their families, they've lost jobs, their independent and small businesses are having no revenue coming in because of this situation for the past number of weeks. We're getting calls, and it's happened to me personally. It's not a big deal, but there are businesses who operate on Rogers or Bell rural hubs for their internet, and they are finding out that those are not considered home internet based, so they do not get the unlimited. And so it's adding a little bit of insult to injury. And as we started making the calls yesterday, the sense of relief from some of these businesses, just that we were even asking them how they were doing. So this will be an ongoing process, but I just have to reiterate, as we go through this emergency, you wonder what your role is going to be, and the emergency business continuity for our community, who are the lifeblood of Grey Highlands, is going to be essential. And this has, elevated to our top priority. We are now working within our little department to how we use our resources to try to provide that support.
Great to hear that, Michelle. And I think as we find more details how the money rolls out from the federal government, if you can help be that conduit to those businesses to help move that money and anybody else, that'll be a new role. But that's continuation of us as Grey Highlands, trying to help people in our community and how to keep them moving forward in the sense of some security, in the sense of finances and that, because you're absolutely right. Businesses are shut right down in the most part. So
thank you, Mayor. And as we're through you to Council, as we're talking to these businesses, we're realizing that they're under tremendous stress. Their home life is under tremendous stress, as many of us are dealing with the same thing, but then trying to figure out how to navigate the process and who the right person is to call and what this looks like. And I have been in correspondence, not only with the county, but with our MP and MPP. And I've been imploring them. I said, I am going to continue to share these stories with you, not to be a difficult, but to understand that this has to be a collaborative approach. None of us have the capacity on our own to do it, but we cannot help them and they cannot help us if they don't hear the stories of our businesses. And again, this is exacerbated because we are in rural destinations. You know, the urban centers have different sets of problems, but we have our geography. So this advocacy piece for our residents and our businesses is going to be vital as we come out the other end of this.
And I will say, because we've lived in a society of so many years of low interest rates, there's probably a good portion of a lot of us have loans, whether it's car loans, mortgages, or on the other side, if you're a senior, your financials have drastically changed. So it's affecting everyone. And whether you're a landlord or a tenant or what have you, it's affecting us all. And it's affecting us all in different ways. So again, keep up the good work on that. And as far as your department, Michelle. Councillor Little, you and Councillor Belquette. Who am I pointing to?
Sorry, I believe Councillor Little is going to stay on this topic. I have a little blurb related to the entire thing, but off ECDEV, and I believe Councillor Little is going to speak to ECDEV.
Okay, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Worship. And just thank you to ECDEV department, especially for that advocacy piece. Really, really important to have that human touch. Because this is turning out, communication is turning out to be one of our real strong points in this municipality. And I'm just wondering, I did go looking around at other municipalities. I think some of you have too, just to see what's being done elsewhere. And I think even though we're a small municipality, I'm wondering if we have the capacity to be like a clearinghouse of information for our residents and our businesses. And so just providing up-to-date information on our website with links for financial assistance, not only from Grey Highlands, but from the county, from the province, and from the federal government. And also what other local resources there might be, you know, business support, the chamber, and having that information online so that people can access other things for economic support and recovery would be banking information, what some of the big banks are offering in terms of help for small business. I just read the provincial program that there's Tribunals Ontario, which is landlord tenant bureau, which you know, here's appeals on eviction. They're not processing any eviction notices. So there's basically, I mean, that's good information for people to know if they're, you know, being threatened with being evicted for not paying their rent. There's just things like that I think it's kind of easy to find where that information is available. But if our residents knew that they could just go to our website to find like one spot where they could access this information. Part of that would be too, and I think southgrey.ca is starting to do it, but where are those businesses in our municipality that are offering online or phone shopping where you can go and pick up things or have them delivered or have them put in your vehicle out in front of the store? You know, I think having a compendium of that online would support not only our local businesses, but support people in our community who are trying to get the things they need without having social contact. So the two things, there's the clearinghouse of information that our municipality would take responsibility for. Is there capacity for that in our department? And the other thing is just that compendium of services of our local businesses here right in Grey Highlands.
So I saw the CMC person there, Jessica, then I see Michelle and I see Karen. So I'll go to Michelle and then I'll go to Karen. Michelle and then Karen.
Thank you so much through you, Mayor McQueen, to council. We are actually working, a week and a half ago, we soft launched our Grey Highlands business economic development website, greyhighlands.biz. We hadn't done any publication for it yet because we were working out some tweaks, but we are starting to compile that information and recognizing that the municipality is still the primary voice for emergency information. That being said, some of these other resources are other audiences are maybe looking for them. So we're going to collaborate and have that information. But if you go to greyhighlands.biz, we're starting to list all of the businesses, what their operations are. That is going to be in the email that I send out to our businesses. Please advise us, knowing that this is a constantly evolving thing. We are launching a Twitter business account for Grey Highlands, as well as LinkedIn, that we will be using for those business resources separate from our resident information. And we will obviously continue to align and share that information, but we know the corporate communications channels are very busy with all kinds of things, including, so we're trying to just segregate for separate audiences and obviously build that content as we move forward.
Okay, and Madam CEO, did you have anything to add? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Michelle, obviously speaking from a business perspective, from a residential perspective, we do have fabulous services through 211, and we will definitely put information on our website that encourage people to contact 211 in an emergency situation, because they do have a lot of resources there. Our concern from a staff perspective is there's so much information that is needed for residents in situations like this. So many banks, so many government levels, so many different government agencies. So it would be very difficult to assign one person to research all of that and get the contact information. But we will certainly put out on our website anything helpful that we come across that we think will be important to our residents, and we will promote the 211.
Okay, thank you for that. Jessica?
Madam CEO actually echoed what I was going to actually say. An excellent resource. They are something that we can forward concerns or inquiries through residents to without overloading our staff or drawing on staff resources. I'm also aware of a post that we shared earlier on our Municipality of Grey Highlands Facebook page, and it was something that Municipality of Meaford put out that we shared. So www.thedo.ca and the United Way of Grace Bruce are offering to connect you with volunteers who are able to help as well. So that's something that we shared on our own Facebook page as well today. So residents can either use 211 as Madame CEO stated, or they can contact those resources. There are many resources available, especially in times of needs like this.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We're still on COVID-19. Councillor Velikat.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have any resolutions, but I would like to remind council about the library and about the resources and tools that are available there that one doesn't need to go into. We received a lovely email from the CAO talking about how it calls for new membership or membership renewals, and that's largely we're in a place of global isolation, and you know, we have the cultural channel, we have Canopy there, Overdrive is there, so books on audio. So I implore you to go to the social media sites associated with our Grey Highlands Public Library, follow them on social media, retweet what is going on, because I think it's a absolutely valuable resource, in particular, close to my heart as somebody who's at home with 3 kids right now and trying to entertain/educate them, as well as a really awesome opportunity for our library to shine here and really sort of a way for, I think, a lot of people within our community to learn that a library is much more than a physical set of books. So I just wanted to share it and make sure, sort of to the whole communication piece that and clearly I've missed something because I see my deputy mayor's hand coming up, but you know, that whole social media piece that that we can share the right information from the right sources, and a lot of us have many followers because of who we are within our community, and many of us on this little square of Hollywood Squares, really that's the only opportunity we have to help right now, and so I just ask all of you to continue to share stuff about the library in particular.
Okay, very good. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I do apologize if it came across as if my colleague from the library board missed anything. That was not the intention. She did a great job, terrific job. I did want to say procedurally, we've been discussing this for a while. Shouldn't it go to committee of the whole? That was tongue in cheek.
I sort of been allowing it because of the uniqueness.
I'm being facetious.
And I think you took up most of the time. So, Councillor Allwood, we need to wrap this up. But go ahead. New business. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's still related to the COVID-19. I wondered if any of council had a chance to sit in on the conference call last Thursday, and there's another one I think scheduled for 5 o'clock today. And there was a town hall also with the health services. I think the Grey Bruce, but they're really reaching out to the community, and that first conference call was encouraging yet scary at the same time. You know, they've got a staff of 4,000 people up there, and they have a contingency plan in there to keep the lights on and the power on. But again, if with that many people working in that kind of an environment, it really drives home what we're dealing with, and it pays for us to stay informed.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought that up. That is coming up close to 5 o'clock, and we're just after 4 here. Is there any other thing that we need to take here? Because we do need to take a quick break and then come back. Councillor Nielsen, I think you did indicate you wanted to speak one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for kind of backtracking the conversation a bit. Early on in the conversation with the COVID, there was a brief discussion about state of emergency. I'm wondering if if Jessica can come back on, just reiterate kind of the process as to how that actually gets declared and what's the rationale for doing it in a situation like this where it's hard to know what I don't understand the rationale when it comes to what funding options. Is that the reason for the rationale, or can you just give me more light? We've touched on it very quickly, went into 4 other conversations, just looking for more understanding.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Nielsen and council. So these, to mimic what the Prime Minister and the Premier have said, these are unprecedented times. We have never seen a pandemic of this proportion, let alone on our soil. So it's truly unprecedented. The Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, just reading straight from what the PEOC has sent out, is that basically the rationale is as follows. So declaration of emergency provides the municipality's head of council the authority to take actions or make orders which are not contrary to law in order to protect the residents in an area of the emergency. If volunteers are needed in order to protect them with WSIB, which volunteers are not needed at this point in time. Or it can demonstrate to the residents that the municipality is taking the current situation seriously and is taking every step that they can to protect them from threat. So I think that would be the largest rationale towards declaring. The individual that the declaration is made from is the mayor, and that is made as a result of communications from the Emergency Management Control Group, which, as we indicated, are already meeting daily. We're meeting every day, every morning at 10:15 a.m. and on average, our meetings have lasted about an hour. They include a roundtable discussion, an update from each department head, discussions of new news as well. So we are taking this very seriously at the MECG. We're discussing every avenue possible, and they've been very in-depth discussions. And as Madame Clerk has indicated, we have even gone as far as to enact our pandemic emergency plan, which exists. And we've been breaking down every single department as far as what are critical, what are necessary, what are desired tasks, and identifying which tasks can kind of be put on the back burner as well. So we are following the plan very closely. We're following any developments that are arising with regards to this threat, to this pandemic, very closely. Even outside of our meetings, there's constant communication from the group as well. So that's a very long-winded answer, but I hope that's kind of clarified some of the rationale behind declaring and whose authority the declaration is made under.
Councilor Nielsen. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica. That does help me quite a bit. One quick, I guess, a question afterwards. Part of the, frustration with this current pandemic is there's no clear ending. There's no event that's going to say, okay, we can all get back to normal. If the municipality declares a state of emergency, I know that that ability has to what Deputy Mayor said earlier on, put on hold certain aspects of municipal functions to focus on the emergency. I think the municipality is doing a fantastic job of doing that in the current situation right now, focusing on what's important, focusing on the day-to-day operations. But if we declared a state of emergency with no end in sight that could last for 4 weeks or 6 weeks or who knows, how does that work for municipal functions when we're that far out? I'm just wanting to understand, because I guess this is probably the opportunity to speak about how it's going to look for this municipality with all of council here, whereas it's the mayor himself, along with the emergency control group, that's going to make that ultimate decision.
Just as a follow-up, we take a lot of our through our group from the Dr. Ian era, and a lot of that is coming from his authority and with regards to the health and well-being of the people of Grey and Bruce. So that does have a big factor of it. I do want to say the sense of the ability of myself, ultimately it's up to me to make that decision. And secondly is to make orders. And I heard in speaking to the warden of Bruce County, he has declared in Bruce County, but he said certain municipalities have made orders that walking trails and parks are off limits because people are getting together. And this is a frustration of the social distancing. So that could be something that could, as it was explained to me, other municipalities are doing. And that's just one example. Trust me, Councilor Nielsen and Council, it's on my mind a lot. and I have to weigh all the avenues, not only as a mayor, but as the warden. Jessica?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship to Councillor Nielsen and the rest of council, as far as the recovery aspects of an emergency go, we would have to closely follow the plan, which again, it sets out in an ideal society what should be done and what aspects should be looked at and closely monitored, as well as loosening up the loose ends, if you will. I think Madame CEO has said several times, and I think it's demonstrates how well adapted we are as a municipality, that we are still operating on a full staff complement, whether
through social distancing or through remotely. I'm not sure what it would look like, what our response would look like. As Your Worship, the Mayor has said, that other municipalities have shut down some things like community halls, parks, those recreational facilities for obvious reasons. The Mayor, through the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, through a declared emergency, has certain rights he's able to place on persons, but that doesn't mean that he can place anything that he isn't given by law. So he can't turn around and say no more than a certain amount of people. The Premier has already made certain recommendations and certain orders, and his orders could not supersede what the Premier has indicated. I'm not sure if anyone's followed what the Mayor of Toronto has basically said, but he's basically mimicked these in each of his press conferences, that as the Mayor, we are given certain rights, but we can't infringe on civil liberties. So you can't restrict the movement of persons, but you could close certain facilities. So you could close parks, like the Mayor mentioned. You could close facilities, which we've already done. I think we're in a really good spot right now. And if we do make the decision to declare an emergency, then we would take direction from the medical officer of health, Dr. Ian Era, and we would follow their lead very closely. They would almost, in a sense, become the owners, if you will, of the pandemic plan and our response. And our response as a municipality would be a supportive role. So that would include a lot of communication to the public, a lot of public education, a lot of posting of resources that are available for our residents. That would be the extent of our role, and restricting where needed some of our resources. But the essential resources, as were mentioned, would continue. I hope that clarifies. Again, sorry for the long-winded response.
We need to take a break here. There's a few things that are going on here, but we need to take a break, and I'm going to suggest we come back at 4:30. I've been requested to take a break from one of our staff, in the sense of there's a few things that need to be addressed. And so, reminder, please shut your mics and cameras off, because it's still live stream, and so those might hear your conversations if you leave your mics on. So okay, so we'll come back at 4:30. Okay, thank you. We'll recess to 4:30.
Hey, Dane, how are you?
I'm doing well.
You were going to ask a question?
I kind of did get the question answered with the no truck route. That was my question about the
Okay.
homes on site. So I appreciate that.
Perfect. It's really just an update from a 2008 bylaw and including more roads. That's bigger and better.
Fair
You know,
enough.
you guys are live.
Yeah, just careful what you say because we're still live. Your microphone is still on, Herb.
I see we have everyone back. Holy smokes, Councillor Valiquette, it snowed over your way.
Yes, it's quite chilly here in my basement.
No doubt. I think we do need to move this along for today. Lots of good discussion around COVID-19. I just wanted to say one thing briefly was I had an email from a lady named Isabel Donald. And her inquiry to me was to bring it to council, and I think we need to move on, but she just wanted to communicate that how do we support our frontline people and how can we, you know, support them in the sense that, and I said, well, maybe a sign on the side of the highway says we support you. I know there's been stuff on social media talking about our frontline workers, our truck drivers, all the people that are still working out there, all the people, our staff. So if you guys have some ideas, maybe I'll try to send it maybe to all of council. It's those small things makes those people out there feel good about what they're doing and they know they're being supported, and it goes a long way on those parts. So, you know, any way we can support those people that are doing, you know, or you're going and risking themselves and their family in the sense of trying to deal with this stuff is certainly important. So moving on then, I think we're at consent agenda. I know that some of those you might want to call into that Bruce Power at 5 o'clock. So I don't know if we're able to wrap things up before that, but we'll try. We're on our consent agenda. Am I right with that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, your worship, that is correct.
Okay, so are there any items in the consent agenda wish to be pulled? Councillor Alwood.
I'd like to pull 6.9.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Little.
6.3.
Okay, anything else from anybody? Councillor Allen?
6.5, that's the item that I have to declare on.
Right. Okay, so council, yeah, we'll leave that separate. So then, why don't I pull it? And that way, or somebody else pulls it, and that way you can just leave in that part. So Councilor Nielsen is going to pull that just to protect you, okay?
Okay.
Anything else? If not, can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Valiquette. Is there any questions, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just have a quick question for, it'd be, I guess, the Transportation Director, Herb. with regard to the Ceylon fill site.
That's been pulled by Councillor Little.
Oh, sorry, you're right. That's 6.3. My apologies, Councillor Little. I thought it was 6.2. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, any other discussion with the consent agenda? Councillor Belacat.
Hi, sorry, I'm struggling with these two screens in front of me. Can we confirm that 6.9 was related? I believe Councillor Allwood pulled 6.9, and I believe it's the broadband issue. Is that correct?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes, I
thank you.
did.
Thanks.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just since we're having general discussion, I just wanted to congratulate the Director of Public Utilities for another test passed with flying colors on the annual water compliance reports. Good job. 2 thumbs up.
Absolutely, and it's so important. Okay, we'll do that. There we go. All right. Seeing there's no other discussion on the consent agenda, all in favor? That was carried unanimously. Moving on now to 6.3, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to try and go back and forth between my notes and this screen. Hopefully it works.
Okay.
You can still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I've had some correspondence with our Director of Transportation about this. This kind of operation is really just here for information. It's pretty much out of our hands, except that one thing that we're waiting to hear, or Herb's department is waiting to hear, is the type of fill and whether it's suitable or whether it's contaminated. We do have the right to hear that, but this is a situation that I'm sure all of us have heard about from some of our residents, and because we don't really have any control over it, we really do. I think talking to Herb, it's feasible that staff could come back in about 3 months' time with a fill bylaw, and so I do plan to bring that forward as a notice of motion. Unfortunately, we're limited into what we can do about this particular situation, but we do have the opportunity to change things moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So are you prepared to move as for information?
Yes, yeah, I'll move to receive for information.
Do I have a seconder there, please? Councillor Nielsen? Yeah, I've had a few queries about this and some emails and stuff. I'm sure the rest of you have also. Seeing there's no other discussion here, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, Councillor Nielsen, you pulled item 6.5, yes, because Councillor Allen has to declare. Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'll shut off my video feed.
Okay, so you're declaring for that 6.5, and
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be fine. And Councillor Nielsen, would you wish to move that?
I move the report as is. We should
I
receive
have
the
it?
plan report for information and
Okay, Councillor Allwood is seconding that. Any discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor? That was carried unanimously. Okay, how do we bring Councillor Allen back? There he is. Okay. Councillor Allwood, you pulled 6.9.
Right, so I wonder whether we could receive this for information and request I'm concerned that a large portion of Grey Highland seems to be ineligible for SWIFT, claiming that we meet the minimum standards, and it doesn't appear that we do, but so I wondered what the status of our who's actually responsible for following that file, I guess.
Well, Swift is, okay, I'll let the deputy mayor go first. Go ahead, deputy mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I did speak to Councillor Hicks at the county at the very last county council meeting we had, which also happened to be the day that all hell broke loose on COVID-19. And I referred this this communication that we'd received, and I referred him to that. And what he said was that someone had shown that they were able to provide the 50 down, 10 up, this service required by CRTC. Not that someone had said that they were providing it, but that they were able to provide. They had the infrastructure there to provide that service, which is what has happened. And this has been a bit of a shortfall on my part, where I should have brought this to yourself and the CAO. But like I said, COVID-19 sort of broke loose that later that day, and that became something that left my mind. But similar questions were asked from the CAO from Southgate, and the executive director, the CEO at Swift, has been very forthcoming on certain details which he's able to share with the public. And so I was encouraged to ask our CAO to sort of reach out to the CEO or executive director at Swift, asking these questions, and also sort of touch base with the CAO from Southgate on this. So I believe the letter, and I don't have it open right now in front of me, but I believe the letter states that someone has said that they're providing that service, and when ATEL went in and asked certain people, they said that the service wasn't being provided. The clarification given to me by Councillor Hicks at Grey County, the deputy mayor from Hanover, was that it's not that someone said that they were providing it, but that they were able to provide it, which apparently is good enough.
So just for clarity, Deputy Warden Selwyn Hicks is the representative on Swift, and they were on there for, I think, 2 years. As he was the warden, but he's on there for 2 years. So that's clarity there. I did forward this email to the CAO at the county also, with regards to because she sits on that also as the CAO from the county of Grey. But you're right, Deputy Mayor, that the COVID-19 came out and it sort of changed everybody's directive. So, and I have had a conversation with the owner of the company, I think, that said they could provide it. I think we've also seen some dialogue in our local paper back and forth. And also I did have a conversation with the deputy mayor of Southgate, who also has some concerns. And when I did speak to the individual of the one company, I said, you need to talk to Southgate also. And he said, well, he's trying to reach out to them. So I think it might get to I'm not sure with Swift moving forward at this particular time, but I think myself and Deputy Mayor, I think you and I need to follow up on this when we get back to some normal times, and follow up with this. This is for information, but it's not going to be lost, because this is very important for our residents of Grey Highlands and part of Southgate and part of Grey County. Councillor Alwood.
So I'd like to capture that in the minutes if I can. So I'd move that we receive this for information, but how would I word the follow-up part of it?
Well, and the mayor and the deputy mayor will follow up through the CAO at the county, along with the representative of Swift that's from County of Grey, which is Selwyn Hicks.
Okay, so and Swift itself, did you mention?
Well, so just add one other thing. I think the director, his name's Barry, I can't think of his last name. He was coming to speak to the County of Grey, like probably in April here, but that'll be all changed now too. So that was also the opportunity to raise that or have that conversation. But it's better if we can further that. And I can certainly, I will be in conversation with the deputy warden also, and I can also follow up from the deputy mayor too, but I think you're gonna trust myself and the deputy mayor in the sense of following up with this at the county, because it's sort of that next stage of SWIFT is moving forward in southwestern Ontario. But you certainly can capture something in receiving that, and the mayor and deputy mayor will follow up with this at the county of Bray. You can maybe leave it at that.
That's great. So I'd like to move that we receive that for information then, and that the deputy mayor and mayor follow up with the appropriate people to
bring some
ensure-
clarity, maybe.
ensure that we stay engaged with SWIFT, whatever the wording, if that's okay. I need a seconder.
Okay, so the motion there, Councillor Little is going to second that. Michelle, I see you're on the, are you on there for a reason? Yep, go ahead. Hit your mic. Sounds like.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you to council. Our CAO and I have also had conversations with the county and their IT people and the Director of Economic Development at the county to bring this issue forward. They're trying to investigate as well the issues around mapping, so it is on their radar. And I just wanted to give you that update to let you know that we've also been working on it from our end.
Okay. So thank you very much for that. Now, Madam Clerk, did you capture what Councillor Allwood was trying to add there, along with Councillor Little seconding that?
That council received the correspondence from Richard Lemoyne related to the ATEL press release regarding the SWIFT coverage area for information, and that the mayor and deputy mayor be directed to follow up with SWIFT to ensure that Grey Highlands remains engaged.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Thank you, Madam Clerk. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. All right, so that takes care of consent. Bylaws, are there any of those bylaws wish to be pulled separately? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. 7.2, I would like to pull.
Okay, so that's 26. That's Armstrong. Okay. Anyone else wish to pull any? Councillor Allen?
So just to repeat, I will be declaring conflict on that item. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Right on. Okay, so we'll do the bylaws 27, 28, 29. Do I have a mover and a seconder for those bylaws? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allwood. Any discussion on those bylaws? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, a motion for bylaw 2026. Councillor Allen is declared, so I have Councillor, hold your hands up. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Moving on. Okay, notice of motion. Councillor Valaket. Do you wish to speak to your notice of motion?
Yes, so no, I don't think there's much more to say. I think as I stated in the past, that this that I'm suggesting this after speaking with both with all of the mayor, the deputy mayor, as well as Madam Clerk, and this is I guess I'm just looking at this as an opportunity to sort of level out what's going on from a liaison portfolio perspective, as well as give some of my, in particular, IT expertise and be able to use them more wisely.
Okay. Other than you, Councillor Valaket, is there anybody wish to move this resolution? Councillor Little, do you have a seconder? Councillor Allen. Okay, we have two movers of your notice of motion, Councillor Valaket. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, I have brought forward a notice of motion here. I don't know if there's anybody wish to move and second it. If not, I will step out of the chair for that, unless I have somebody who wishes to move that. Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nielsen. I guess procedurally, Madam Clerk, long as I don't take an opinion on it, I don't have to leave the chair. Is that correct? I think Deputy Mayor's answered that. Deputy Mayor.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll speak to this to a certain extent. I've certainly, the mayor and I have spoken about this to a certain length as well. It's a very fairly straightforward issue. It's a residential area, and it sort of keeps us somewhat consistent with the speed limits in other residential areas. The biggest issue here is that since it's a no exit street, people who do venture down the street by mistake, when they're on their way out, they're speeding quite a bit. We've also received a number of communications from residents on that road who've petitioned or who've signed petitions for the decrease in speed limits. So it's a fairly straightforward issue here. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on this resolution or this notice of motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. The next notice of motion is Councillor Allwood. Do you wish to move that, Councillor Allwood? Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll move that. And do I need a seconder before I speak to it? Or?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
The discussions that we had at the last council meeting, and I spoke to our clerk and his worship, and indicated that I'd be willing to stand as a representative on the Physicians Recruitment and Retention Committee on behalf of Grey Highlands.
Okay, and that was sort of from a delegation that came the last meeting.
Right.
Seeing what's happening right now, maybe a little bit pushed back for sure.
I'm sure it's going to be on the back burner for a moment, although our need for physicians has never been greater. But there you go.
Right. Okay, and this is only for the part of attending. There's no financial connection at this point of this. It's just for the one representative to attend. Any further discussion on that, Councillor Allen?
Yes, I was on the doctor recruitment committee for about 6 years. And so this is just for information. We went to quite a few recruitment fairs, and there was a lot of competition. We would have a table set up, and the one across the aisle would have a big sign saying $25,000 signing bonus. So we found it very difficult to compete with the big guys. Doctors nowadays, they want to go to work at 9 o'clock and go home at 5 and not have to pay the bills or clean the bathroom in their office. And so most of them, I think, are going to the CHC, that type of environment, which I feel the CHC is doing a great job of recruiting doctors. So I don't know. I don't think I'm really for this. I'm okay with sending somebody to check it out, but I think when it comes down to it, people are going to try to get the doctor in their own area. I think it's very hard to work with a large group of municipalities and it be fair. So those are my comments. And the other thing is, when this came up at council, I did ask Anna, our treasurer, about a doctor recruitment reserve, and there's about $1,890 in our reserve. And when I was on the committee, Southgate was also included, and they also have a reserve that if this moves forward, could maybe be accessed.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Allen. Just in a high level, I think that the two advantages that we have is Grey Highlands is the place to be. And number two is we're building a new hospital. And I think speaking with the two doctors over there, we're going to need replacement for with the new hospital coming forward of doctors there, and whether this is an avenue for that, who knows? You know, it's, you know, and maybe you have a comment to that, Councillor Allen?
Well, I agree. And so I feel it would be better if we feel we need a recruitment committee to set it up like we did before and partner with Southgate and recruit to the catchment area of our hospital.
Okay, that'll be something we can talk about further along. And I think you're right, Councillor Allen. With Councillor Alwood, it'd be that opportunity to be at the table and see what's happening and then sort of go from there. Any other comments then? So that was moved by Councillor Alwood, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, before we get to adjournment, upcoming meeting discussion, Councillor Alwood. You gotta hit your mic.
Yeah. I wasn't raising my hand. I was adjusting my watch.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Councillor Allen.
So a couple of things that I'm involved with. One of them is not a committee of council. It's to do with the Flesherton Beautification and Improvement Committee, our annual fishing day, which is April 23rd or 25th, I believe. And then the other thing is the Seniors Health Fair, which is on in September, I think the 23rd of September. So I guess obviously fishing day is the closest one, but I guess a little bit of direction from staff and council, obviously, how far off. I know we don't know the answer, but do we just say, okay, April, we're done, and then play it by ear, you know, meeting to meeting to see, because we don't want to go to a lot of expense for either event and then find that we have to cancel.
I have the ECDEP director here, Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you to Councillor Allen. As from a facilities point of view, we are not accepting any new bookings for any event for the entire month of April, based on direction we're receiving from the province. And I know the province is the agency that stocks the Flesherton Pond for the Derby. They have canceled all of their activities and closed their parks until the end of April. That being said, we have been advised by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestries that they do have fish to stock that pond, but given the current advice not to have group gatherings, our recommendation from a staff perspective would that the fishing derby should be canceled. Our facilities manager has been in touch with Doug Alton and Janice or Barbara from your committee, and I know they were hoping to make a decision in the next week and advise us, but our recommendation would be that it should be canceled, because we are not even trying to ensure physical distancing even for our own staff, and having an event like that would require significant staff resources out to block roads, etc.
Okay, Councillor Allen.
Well, that was my concern also, that do we want to promote an event that hundreds of people are going to attend, even if the worst of it is over? There's still going to be lingering effects, and there's going to be people that are worried. And so my thought was, let's cancel it now, and just so that there's no doubt, and just move on.
My mind, we won't be booking anything till September. That's just in my mind, but that's just in my mind. Not like Trump, the 15th of April. Okay, moving on. The 5 o'clock is coming. Can I have a motion for our confirming bylaw? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Valaket. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. As far as the next, sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor and Councillor Little. Councillor Little, go ahead, Councillor.
Oh,
Oh, for adjournment. Oh,
Settle
okay.
down, settle down. No, my question earlier on was about council meetings, whether we were going to have them every 2 weeks or how are we proceeding as usual or what's happening?
I think I think I need to speak with our staff to see of what, maybe it's a month. I guess technically we're booked. What's the first? I can't see us making next week's meeting because,
First of April.
there's no way. So I'm going to say maybe the second meeting in April at this time. Let's say that for now. Madam Clerk?
Through your worship, I believe my recommendation would be that we would stick with the third meeting of the month and only do the one meeting a month. And if required, we can call a special meeting of council if something comes up in that is pressing.
Okay. So right now we're looking at the third meeting, the third week, the second meeting in April for now. And we'll go from there. We can certainly talk about that at that meeting, as the Madam Clerk has said. Councillor Little?
So I move to adjourn.
Moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Allen. I'm going to be in the doghouse now for my deputy mayor, right? All right, all in favor?
this is how we know the end times are here.
Yeah. All in favor? All in favor? There we go. That's carried. Madam CEO, I see you're on the line. Did you want to speak to anybody? No. Have a good night. Be
Nice to
safe.
see everybody.
Be safe and do all the right things. Bye for now.
Take care, people. Bye.